आईटीके समन्वय में आपका हार्दिक स्वागत है। आज के कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत से पहले कुछ महत्वपूर्ण सूचनाएं। हम सभी से विनम्र अनुरोध करते हैं कि कृपया अपने मोबाइल फोन को साइलेंट या फ्लाइट मोड पर रखें। सत्र को निर्बाध रूप से संचालित करने के लिए हॉल में अनावश्यक आवागमन न करें। कृपया अपने विचार और अनुभव सोशल मीडिया पर साझा करें। #ITK समन्वय। कुछ ही क्षणों में आईटीके समन्वय कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करने जा रहे हैं। आपसे अनुरोध है कि कार्यक्रम के उपरांत कृपया बाहर लगे स्टॉल्स पर पधारें, जहां आईआईटी कानपुर के शोध और नवाचार प्रदर्शित किए गए हैं। हमारे मुख्य अतिथि थोड़ी ही देर में पधारने वाले हैं। वे शीघ्र ही हमारे बीच उपस्थित होंगे। आपसे विनम्र निवेदन है कि कृपया धैर्य बनाए रखें। थैंक यू।
Hello, check one.
एक बार फिर से मैं मुख्य सूचनाओं को दोहराना चाहूँगी। हम सभी से विनम्र अनुरोध करते हैं कि कृपया अपने मोबाइल फ़ोन को साइलेंट या फ्लाइट मोड पर रखें। सत्र को निर्बाध रूप से संचालित करने के लिए हॉल में अनावश्यक आवागमन न करें। कृपया अपने विचार और अनुभव सोशल मीडिया पर साझा करें #IITK समन्वय। कुछ ही क्षणों में हम IITK समन्वय कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करने जा रहे हैं। आपसे अनुरोध है कि कार्यक्रम के उपरांत कृपया बाहर लगे स्टॉल्स पर पधारें, जहां IIT कानपुर के शोध और नवाचार प्रदर्शित किए गए हैं। हमारे मुख्य अतिथि थोड़ी ही देर में पधारने वाले हैं। आपसे विनम्र निवेदन है कि कृपया धैर्य बनाए रखें। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री, हमारे मुख्य अतिथि थोड़ी ही देर में पधारने वाले हैं। वे शीघ्र ही हमारे बीच उपस्थित होंगे। आपसे विनम्र निवेदन है कि धैर्य बनाए रखें। कृपया मोबाइल फोन्स को साइलेंट या फ्लाइट मोड पर रखें। नमस्कार। सभागार में उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों को मेरा सुप्रभात। देवियों और सज्जनों, विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, माननीय गणमान्य अतिथि, संकाय सदस्यगण, विद्यार्थी और पूर्व छात्र, आप सभी का IITK समन्वय में हार्दिक स्वागत है। IIT कानपुर के निदेशक प्रोफेसर मणीन्द्र अग्रवाल तथा संपूर्ण IIT कानपुर परिवार की ओर से मैं श्वेता कुमार, हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि, उत्तर प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का IITK समन्वय में हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ। आपकी गरिमामय उपस्थिति हमारे लिए वास्तव में ही गौरव और सौभाग्य की बात है। अब मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के खादी ग्राम उद्योग MSME रेशम उत्पादन मंत्री श्री राकेश सचान जी व आज के मुख्य वक्ता डॉक्टर हैरिक विन, चीफ टेक्नोलॉजी ऑफिसर, टाटा कंसल्टेंसी सर्विसेज का भी स्वागत करती हूँ। साथ ही हमारे पूर्व छात्र, बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स, कॉर्पोरेट प्रतिनिधि, एकेडमिक सेनेट, संकाय सदस्य, स्टाफ, छात्र, शुभचिंतक, मीडिया प्रतिनिधि तथा वे सभी जो हमारे साथ विश्व भर से आभासी रूप से जुड़े हैं, उनका भी स्वागत करती हूँ। हमारे साथ मंच पर उपस्थित हैं IIT कानपुर के निदेशक प्रोफेसर मणीन्द्र अग्रवाल व उप निदेशक प्रोफेसर बृजभूषण। आज यहाँ एकत्रित होना हमारे लिए अवश्य ही गर्व और सम्मान की बात है, जहाँ उद्योग जगत और एकेडमिक जगत के श्रेष्ठतम लोग एक साथ जुड़े हैं। इस शुभ समारोह की शुरुआत हम पारंपरिक दीप प्रज्वलन से करेंगे, जो ज्ञान की ज्योति और अज्ञान रूपी अंधकार के नाश का प्रतीक है। मैं हमारे माननीय अतिथियों से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे कृपया आगे आएं और दीप प्रज्वलन करें। ओम शुभम करोति कल्याणम आरोग्यम धन संपदा शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीप ज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते। किसी भी मंगल अवसर की शुरुआत में दीप प्रज्वलन की परंपरा रही है। दीपक प्रकाश, ज्ञान, समृद्धि और अज्ञान के अंधकार को दूर करने का प्रतीक है। धन्यवाद अतिथिगण। देवियों और सज्जनों, IITK समन्वय इग्नाइटिंग आइडियाज, एक्सेलरेटिंग इनोवेशन विषय पर केंद्रित है। समन्वय का उद्देश्य एकेडमिक जगत और उद्योग को जोड़कर नए अवसरों और प्रगति के मार्ग खोलना है। समन्वय शाश्वत सिद्धांत पर आधारित है, संघे शक्ति कलियुगे, अर्थात सामूहिक शक्ति ही इस युग की प्रेरक शक्ति है। साथ ही यह वेद वाक्य संग छद्वम संवदद्वम समवो मनांसी जानताम को भी साकार करता है, जिसका भाव है आइए हम सब साथ चलें, साथ बोलें और हमारे विचार एक हों। IIT कानपुर सदा से ही तकनीकी और औद्योगिक क्षेत्रों में उन्नत परियोजनाओं के माध्यम से राष्ट्र में एक अभूतपूर्व योगदान देता आ रहा है। विकसित भारत 2047 के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में यह संस्थान समन्वय के माध्यम से एक अग्रणी भूमिका निभाने की दिशा में अग्रसर है। अब मैं प्रोफेसर मणीन्द्र अग्रवाल से विनम्र निवेदन करती हूं कि वे हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि, उत्तर प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का सम्मान करें। अब मैं प्रोफेसर मणींद्र अग्रवाल से आग्रह करूंगी कि वे उत्तर प्रदेश के कैबिनेट मंत्री श्री राकेश सचान जी का सम्मान करें। अब मैं प्रोफेसर बृजभूषण से आग्रह करूंगी कि वे हमारे मुख्य वक्ता डॉक्टर हैरी क्विन का भी सम्मान करें। मैं अब आईआईटी कानपुर के निदेशक प्रोफेसर मणींद्र अग्रवाल को सादर आमंत्रित करती हूं कि वे स्वागत उद्बोधन प्रस्तुत करें और हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को सभा को संबोधित करने के लिए भी आमंत्रित करें।
योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री उत्तर प्रदेश, श्री राकेश सचान जी, कैबिनेट मंत्री उत्तर प्रदेश, डॉक्टर हैरी क्विन, CTO TCS, प्रोफेसर ब्रजभूषण, डिप्टी डायरेक्टर IIT कानपुर, यहाँ पे उपस्थित समस्त पैनलिस्ट, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट जो हमारे अतिथि के रूप में यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, IIT कानपुर के फैकल्टी, एम्प्लॉयज़, स्टूडेंट्स तथा अन्य समस्त छात्रगण, प्रेस के सदस्य, देवियों एवं सज्जनों, आप सबको मेरा अभिवादन एवं नमस्कार। मैं आप सबका IIT कानपुर 2025 के समन्वय के उपलक्ष्य में स्वागत करता हूँ। इस वर्ष समन्वय का विषय इग्नाइटिंग आइडियाज, एक्सेलरेटिंग इनोवेशन है। ये इस कड़ी का दूसरा आयोजन है। पिछले वर्ष हमने इसका प्रारंभ किया था और मैं बहुत प्रसन्न हूँ ये आपसे शेयर करते हुए कि इस वर्ष 300 से अधिक इंडस्ट्री हमारे साथ आज जुड़ी हैं तथा ये सब देश के अलग अलग राज्यों से आए हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि इनके साथ मिलकर हम भविष्य में साथ में टेक्नोलॉजीज डेवलप करने और उनके द्वारा सॉल्यूशंस बनाने का काम कर पाएंगे। मुख्य रूप से इस बार के समन्वय में हम 3 इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज पे केंद्रित अपना ध्यान कर रहे हैं। AI, जिसके बारे में आज हम सब लोग परिचित हैं, सस्टेनेबिलिटी एक और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय, तथा साइबर सिक्योरिटी। पिछले कुछ वर्षों से IIT कानपुर देश की कई महत्वपूर्ण समस्याओं के लिए तकनीकी समाधान विकसित करने का प्रयास कर रहा है, कुछ योगदान भी अपना दिया है। कुछ उदाहरण मैं देना चाहूँगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स ऑफिस तथा अन्य कई केंद्र उपलब्ध है, सामान्य नागरिक चाहो कर सकते। ये IIT हम आजकल जब वायु की गुणवत्ता की बात करते हैं, वायु इंडेक्स का निर्माण और समस्त भारतीय बंदरगाहों साइबर सुरक्षा और मुझे बताते हुए अत्यंत गर्व है, हाल के ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में जब देश की कई सारी क्रिटिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे साइबर अटैक्स हुए, में किसी भी बंदरगाह में कोई आज के समय में अगर हम डालें तो टेक्नोलॉजी बड़ी तेजी से बदल रही है, साथ ही साथ एक स्ट्रैटेजिक दुनिया में देखें जिस तरीके से बदलाव आ रहे हैं, भारत भी, हमें ये भी पता नहीं चल रहा कौन हमारे मित्र हैं कौन नहीं है। तो इस स्थिति में देश के लिए और भी अधिक महत्व है, नई टेक्नोलॉजी है, तो उसके लिए दूसरों पे देश पर न रहें, बस स्वयं विकास करें, स्वयं डिप्लॉयमेंट। और जो हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री का सबके लिए एक विजन है, विकसित भारत, वो तभी संभव। तो इस दिशा की ओर IIT कानपुर भी है। हम कई सारे डोमेन्स में नई टेक्नोलॉजी मैंने चर्चा करी, उनके अलावा मेडटेक, ड्रोन्स, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, क्वांटम टेक्नोलॉजी अपनी पूरा योगदान दे रहे हैं कई सारी टेक्नोलॉजी बनाने के लिए। इसी के अंतर्गत एक नया मेडिकल स्कूल तथा सुपर स्पेशल हॉस्पिटल भी अगले साल तक प्रारंभ हो जाए कैंपस। और इन सब के लिए हमें आवश्यक है कि मिनिस्ट्री का उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार के साथ हाथ मिलाकर साथ में और यही हमारा उद्देश्य है। और मैं बहुत हर्ष के साथ मैंने कहा कि समक्ष एक इंडस्ट्री उपस्थित हैं जो कि साथ काम करने के साथ काम करना चाहेंगे। साथ ही साथ उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार माननीय मुख्य एक ऐसा सपोर्ट सिस्टम हमें कि जो भी हम अपनी ओर से अनुरोध लेके जाते हैं सब फौरन निवारण हो जाता है। तो मैं विशेष रूप से आभार प्रकट करना चाहूँगा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री और साथ ही साथ अवनीश जी का, जो कि हमारे बहुत समय से शुभ चिंतक रहे हैं। कभी भी कोई भी समस्या होती है, अभी मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी को बता रहा था कि जब मैं फ़ोन करता हूँ तो दूसरी रिंग नहीं जाती, पहली रिंग के बाद ही फ़ोन लग जाता। तो इस प्रकार से हम लोग जब मिल के काम करने के प्रयासरत हैं, तो मैं निश्चित रूप से कह सकता हूँ कि आगे आने वाले समय हम एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान देश के लिए कर पाएंगे, साथ ही साथ प्रदेश के लिए, क्योंकि हमारा एक बहुत बड़ा उद्देश्य ये भी कि प्रदेश का विशेष रूप से टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रदेश में ही डेवलपमेंट हो, और तभी माननीय का एक आह्वान है $1 बिलियन इकोनॉमी का प्रदेश, उस ओर तभी हम। तो इन शब्दों के साथ मैं अब इंट्रोडक्शन देना चाहूँगा। मुझे नहीं लगता कि इंट्रोडक्शन की कोई आवश्यकता है। मैं बस ये कहूँगा कि हमारा सौभाग्य है कि उत्तर प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अतिथि एज एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर का जो विजन रहा है पिछले 8 वर्षों में, सबसे हम परिचित। उत्तर प्रदेश मैं उत्तर प्रदेश का जन्मा पला पढ़ा, पढ़ाई भी यहीं की, पढ़ाया भी यहीं, पूरा जीवन उत्तर प्रदेश में ही किया है। तो जो हमने पिछले 8 वर्षों में उत्तर प्रदेश का विकास होते हुए देखा है, चाहे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इंडस्ट्रीज, वो पहले का, और मैं इसका पूरा श्रेय है। और इसमें आश्चर्य की बात नहीं कि लगातार 2 कार्यकालों ने आपको समर्थन दिया और उत्तर प्रदेश के सबसे लंबे समय के मुख्यमंत्री आप हैं। और आपकी जिम्मेदारी न सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री की है, गोरखपुर मठ के मठाधीश के रूप में जो आध्यात्मिक एवं सांस्कृतिक नेतृत्व है, वो भी आप साथ ही साथ किस प्रकार से दे रहे हैं मैं नहीं जानता, कैसे संभव है, दिन में 24 घंटे होते हैं, लेकिन कुछ ही लोग ऐसे होते हैं जो उनके लिए संभव है। और हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, तो इन शब्दों के साथ मैं समाप्त करता हूँ और आमंत्रित करता हूँ कि आप सबको
IIT कानपुर आयोजित समन्वय के आज के इस कार्यक्रम में उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी, प्रदेश के MSME मिनिस्टर श्री राकेश सचान जी, डायरेक्टर IIT कानपुर प्रोफेसर मणिंद्र अग्रवाल जी, चीफ टेक्नोलॉजी ऑफिसर CS डॉक्टर एरिक विन जी, डिप्टी डायरेक्टर IIT कानपुर प्रोफेसर ब्रजभूषण जी, आज के इस समन्वय कार्यक्रम के उद्घाटन सत्र में उपस्थित कानपुर के हमारे सभी माननीय जनप्रतिनिधिगण, IIT कानपुर के हमारे सभी फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, ट्रस्टी के हमारे डेलीगेट्स और IIT कानपुर के हमारे सभी युवा ऊर्जा से भरपूर छात्र छात्राएं और उपस्थित बहनों और भाइयों, IIT कानपुर को समन्वय के इस विजन के लिए मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देते हुए आप सभी प्रतिनिधियों का मैं प्रदेश सरकार की तरफ से हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। यह महत्वपूर्ण विषय इसे लेकर के आज यहाँ पर समन्वय, इंडस्ट्री, एकेडमिया कोलैबोरेशन की कार्रवाई कैसे आगे बढ़ सकती है और ख़ास तौर पर आज के उन ज्वलंत मुद्दों को लेकर के जो दुनिया की आवश्यकता है, समाज की सुरक्षा से जुड़ा हुआ है, और एक कॉमन मैन के जीवन स्तर को ऊपर उठाने का है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, साइबर सिक्योरिटी एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी, इन 3 महत्वपूर्ण पिलर्स को लेकर के यहाँ पर अलग अलग टेक्निकल सेशन चलेंगे और उन सभी मुद्दों पर चर्चा होगी जिन मुद्दों को लेकर के आज एक सामान्य नागरिक, समाज, देश और दुनिया जिनके बारे में चिंतित भी है और जिनसे लाभान्वित होकर के अपने आप को आगे बढ़ाना चाहती है। इन महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों पर चर्चा करने के पहले हमें कुछ बिंदुओं पर जरूर दृष्टि डालनी चाहिए। हम लोग जब भारत की बात करते हैं, कुछ लोगों को लगता है कि क्या भारत ये कर सकता है। मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ पे जितने भी हमारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं यहाँ पर, वे सब इस बात को देखते होंगे, जानते होंगे कि पूरी दुनिया के अंदर, दुनिया की अर्थव्यवस्था में 17वीं सदी तक भारत का जो हिस्सा था वह नंबर 1 पर था। भारत दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था थी। आज से 300 वर्ष पहले भारत दुनिया की नंबर 1 की अर्थव्यवस्था थी। ग्लोबल जीडीपी में भारत का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन था वह 25% था। एक सदी के बाद भारत नंबर 2 पर आया, चीन नंबर 1 पर आ गया था। लेकिन पिछले 150-200 वर्षों के अंदर ऐसा क्या कुछ हुआ कि भारत लगातार नीचे आया। 1947 आते आते भारत का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन था ग्लोबल जीडीपी में वह मात्र 2% तक रह गया। पिछले 11 वर्ष में आपने बदलते हुए भारत को देखा है। ये बदलता हुआ भारत जो आज फिर से दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी तेजी के साथ उभरती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था में से एक है, आज दुनिया की चौथी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन चुका है और अगले 2 वर्ष में भारत दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था। तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था के बाद दूसरी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने का जो समय होगा उसमें इन सब का योगदान होना है। और वह समय हमारे लिए होगा विकसित भारत का। विकसित भारत के बारे में जो बातें प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रखी हैं, विकसित भारत केवल विकसित भारत नहीं होगा, आत्मनिर्भर भारत भी हो। आत्मनिर्भरता जीवन के प्रत्येक क्षेत्र, क्या कृषि का क्षेत्र हो, क्या टेक्नोलॉजी का क्षेत्र हो, क्या जीवन की उन सभी आवश्यकताओं की दृष्टि से जिसको लेकर के आज भारत जिन चुनौतियों का सामना कर रहा है, जो चुनौतियां हमारे सामने हैं, उन चुनौतियों का सामना करने के लिए हम लोगों को कैसे कार्य करना है, इस पर अवश्य हमें विचार करना होगा। और यह इसलिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है, भारत ने इससे पहले ये सब करके दिखाया है। आज जब मैं आईआईटी कानपुर में आया हूं, आईआईटी कानपुर का अपना एक गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा और पिछले लगभग 6 दशक में आईआईटी कानपुर ने देश के अंदर टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में देश को बहुत कुछ देने का प्रयास। अभी मैं पिछले सप्ताह नोएडा के एक सेंटर में गया था। ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का एक बेहतरीन केंद्र बना है और मुझे वहाँ पर आईआईटी कानपुर की भी कुछ फैकल्टी मिली थी। मैंने देखा वहाँ पर कि नए भारत की सामरिक चुनौतियों का मुकाबला कैसे हमारा युवा कर रहा है और कैसे आईआईटी कानपुर उसमें योगदान दे करके उन चुनौतियों का मुकाबला कर रहा है जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अंदर या अन्य समय में हम लोग या देश झेलता है। हमारे मन में सबसे पहले ये भाव आना चाहिए कि हम कर सकते हैं। याद करिए, दुनिया का सबसे प्राचीन विश्वविद्यालय भी भारत ने दिए हैं। अभी मैं यहां पर आने के पहले मैंने एक एरियल सर्वे किया। यहाँ के सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस मिडटेक का जो एक सेंटर बन रहा है, मैं देख रहा था वहाँ पे काफ़ी बड़ा स्ट्रक्चर खड़ा हो चुका है और मैं मानता हूँ कि अगले वर्ष कानपुर उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों को एक नया मिडटेक का सेंटर उपलब्ध करवा देगा। मैं इस बात को उस समय भी इस बात को अनुभव कर रहा था कि ये चीज़ें बहुत पहले होनी चाहिए। याद रखना, आज का समय प्रतिस्पर्धा का है। हम अगर पीछे छूट गए तो पीछे वाले की गिनती बहुत कम हो पाती है। जो पहले नंबर पर है उसके बारे में लोग मानते हैं, उसी को लोग सोचते हैं। दुनिया के प्राचीनतम विश्वविद्यालय तक्षशिला का एक उदाहरण आपके सामने में रखना चाहूंगा। तक्षशिला प्रभु श्री राम के अनुज भरत के पुत्र के नाम पर, तक्ष के नाम पर उस सिटी का नाम बना और उस विश्वविद्यालय के तक्षशिला विश्वविद्यालय, जिसने भारत को सुश्रुत और चरक जैसे आयुर्विज्ञान से जुड़े हुए, आयुर्वेद से जुड़े हुए विद्वान दिए थे। वहां पर अपना अध्ययन करने के लिए जीवक नाम का एक वैद्य भी गया था। वो वैदिकी की शिक्षा लेने के लिए वहां गए थे। काफी दिनों तक वहां रहे। अध्ययन पूरा करने के बाद वह अपने आचार्य के पास जाते हैं, कहते हैं कि मैं बहुत दिन यहां रह चुका हूं, अब मैं वापस जाना चाहता हूं। क्या मैं अपने क्षेत्र में वापस जाकर के, अपने देश में वापस जाकर के इस क्षेत्र में अपने ज्ञान से लोगों को लाभान्वित कर सकता हूं? तो आचार्य ने उन्हें कहा कि भाई, मैं परमिशन एक शर्त के साथ दूंगा कि जाइए, ये सामने वन है, इस वन में उस वनस्पति को ढूंढ के लाओ जिसमें औषधीय गुण न हो। तो निकलते हैं, युवक निकलते हैं और निकल करके वो 15 दिनों तक उन्होंने पूरे वन की आग छानी, एक एक जगह देखते गए और उन्होंने अंत में आकर के अपने आचार्य से कहा कि नहीं, कोई ऐसी वनस्पति नहीं जिसमें औषधीय गुण न हो, और इस वन में कोई भी ऐसी वनस्पति मुझे नहीं मिली। आचार्य ने उन्हें कहा कि आप पारंगत हैं और जाइए, आगे का मार्ग आपका। यह महत्वपूर्ण है इसलिए क्योंकि भारतीय मनीषा ने इस बात को कहा है कि अमंत्रम अक्षरम नास्ति, नास्ति मूलो अनौषधय, अयोग्यो पुरुषो नास्ति, योजकः तत्र दुर्लभ। यानी कोई ऐसा अक्षर नहीं जिसमें मंत्र बनने की क्षमता न हो। आखिर कोई मंत्र बना होगा तो अक्षरों के संयोजन से ही बना होगा ना। और कोई वनस्पति ऐसी नहीं जिसमें औषधि बनने की सामर्थ्य न हो, और मनुष्य कोई ऐसा नहीं जिसमें योग्यता न हो। अगर ये सब, अगर मनुष्य अयोग्य है, अगर वनस्पति औषधि के योग्य नहीं है, अगर अक्षर मंत्र बनने के योग्य नहीं है, तो ये मान करके चलिए कि कोई योजक नहीं है, जोड़ने वाला नहीं है। और मुझे लगता है कि आईआईटी जैसे संस्थानों के पीछे की मंशा यही है कि वह उस योजक के रूप में काम कर रहे हैं, और ये समन्वय का कार्यक्रम उस योजक के रूप में एक नई कड़ी की, एक नई भूमिका का निर्वहन करने के लिए आज यहां पर आयोजित है। अक्सर हम देखते हैं, अक्सर हम इस बात को देखते हैं, अनुभव करते हैं कि हमारी अकादमिक संस्थाएं अपने आप में एक टापू बन गई। और हम लोग भी 2017 में हमारी सरकार बनी, पहले 3 वर्ष तक हम लोग भी बहुत ज्यादा संस्थाओं से बहुत हम लोगों का कनेक्शन नहीं था। लेकिन जब 2020 में कोविड ने अपनी दस्तक दी, तब हम लोगों की भी आंखें खुली कि भाई हमें कुछ इसमें देखना चाहिए। और तब आईआईटी कानपुर के साथ हमारे फिर बेहतरीन संबंध बने। क्योंकि लोग बोलते होंगे कि कोविड का आईआईटी कानपुर से क्या संबंध है। तो प्रोफेसर मनिंद्र अग्रवाल जी के द्वारा जब अपने मैथमेटिकल डायग्राम उनके द्वारा कोविड के दिए जाते थे, हम लोग इन सभी डायग्राम को स्वाभाविक रूप से हमारे कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बनता था, और हम लोग उन सबको जगह जगह भेजते थे। पीएमओ में भी जाता था, अन्य जगह जाता था। तो पीएम साहब ने पूछा मुझसे कि प्रोफेसर मनिंद्र अग्रवाल, मैंने कहा हाँ, आईआईटी कानपुर। अन्य चीजों के बारे में भी चर्चा होने लग गई। हमें लगा कि आईआईटी कानपुर जो आकलन कर रहा है, परिणाम उसके नजदीक हैं या उसी के अनुरूप हैं। और कोविड को नियंत्रित करने के लिए हमारी जो टीम काम कर रही थी, उसको बड़ी मदद मिलती थी उससे। फिर हमने इस कोलैबोरेशन को आगे बढ़ाया। और आज खैर, जब हमें यहाँ पर डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉरिडोर में भी आईआईटी कानपुर सपोर्ट कर रहा है, सहयोग कर रहा है। और मेट्रिक का जो सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस आपका बन रहा है, उसमें भी हम लोग इसीलिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को जोड़े हैं कि राज्य सरकार भी उसमें सहयोग कर सकें, क्योंकि उत्तर प्रदेश इस दिशा में बहुत कुछ योगदान दे सकता है। देश की आबादी का 17 से 18% आबादी जिस राज्य में निवास कर रही हो, और राज्य हाथ पे हाथ धरे हुए नहीं बैठ सकता, उसे इस दिशा में प्रयास करना ही होगा। और फिर हम लोगों ने जब इस क्षमता को देखा है, आज मुझे अच्छा लगा कि समन्वय का ये कार्यक्रम आईआईटी कानपुर और इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स के बीच में या उनके प्रतिनिधियों के बीच में आज यहाँ पर आयोजित हो रहा है। मेरा ये मानना है कि हर व्यक्ति में कोई ना कोई विजन जरूर होगा, वो कुछ तो सोचता होगा। कुछ लोग सोचेंगे, कुछ लोग उसमें कुछ कदम आगे बढ़ेंगे, और कुछ लोग उसको पूरी तरह लागू करने के लिए अपने आप को तैयार कर पाएंगे। याद रखना, मन के भी जो चेतना है हमारी, उसकी भी 3 गति होती है। एक है जो केवल चेतन अवस्था में रहता है, हम चेतन स्थिति में हैं। हमने सोचा, हर व्यक्ति सोचता है, अभी उस कुछ सोचता है, कभी कुछ सोचता है। व्यक्ति के जो विचार आते हैं उसके चेतन मन के भी हो सकते हैं और उसकी उस दूसरी अवस्था के भी हो सकते हैं, जिसे आप अचेतन मन कह सकते हैं। लेकिन एक मन वह भी है जिसका उपयोग मनुष्य नहीं कर पाता है, बहुत बिरला ही उसका उपयोग कर पाता है, और वह है अचेतन मन। बहुत बड़ा मस्तिष्क का आपका बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा ऐसा है, और जिसको धीरे धीरे करके आज उसके कुछ पार्ट को आज हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के रूप में उपयोग कर पा रहे हैं, जिसके बारे में भी हम लोग स्वयं जिसके बारे में कार्य नहीं करने देना चाहते हैं। मन को बहुत दबाव डालने में हम लोग घबराते हैं, तो उसका उपयोग वहां से हो रहा है। लेकिन हमें इस बात को याद रखना होगा कि टेक्नोलॉजी मनुष्य के लिए है, मनुष्य टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए उस हद तक नहीं है कि वो हमें हमारे द्वारा चालित हो, हम उसको चलाएं मानवता के हित में, अपने देश के हित में, और उस दिशा में प्रयास अगर हमारे होंगे तो उसके परिणाम भी हम सबके सामने आए। मुझे याद आता है, मैं जिस परंपरा से आता हूं, हमारे महायोगी गोरखनाथ जी ने कहा था कि पिंड माही ब्रह्मांड समाया है, यानी जो कुछ भी इस संपूर्ण ब्रह्मांड में है वह सब कुछ आपके शरीर को ढूंढने की आवश्यकता है। उसको देखो तो हमारा शास्त्र भी कहता है, यथ पिंडे तत् ब्रह्मांड, यानी सब कुछ है आपके पास, बस उस दिशा में एक दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति के साथ आगे बढ़ने की आवश्यकता है। और आईआईटी कानपुर इसलिए भी क्योंकि देश का पहला कंप्यूटर तो आईआईटी कानपुर ने दिया था, और इसीलिए जब क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग की बात आई तो मैंने सबसे पहले आईआईटी के डायरेक्टर को फ़ोन किया। मैंने कहा एक पत्र मुझे तत्काल बना के भेजे, इसको तत्काल हमें आगे बढ़ाना है। और मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि आज क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग में भी आईआईटी कानपुर कार्य कर रहा है। याद रखना, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग के लिए यह आईआईटी है। आप लोग यहाँ पर साइंस में भी काम कर रहे हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी में काम कर रहे हैं, इंजीनियरिंग में, मैथमेटिक्स में, सब में काम कर रहे हैं। मैथमेटिक्स का कर्माकर थ्योरी भारत की ही एक गणितज्ञ ने दी है, और मुझे लगता है कि कर्माकर इस समय काफी बड़ी उम्र के हो चुके हैं, और मेरा प्रयास होगा कि मैं उनको आईआईटी कानपुर के साथ जोड़ूं। आप देखना, क्वांटम कंप्यूटर से भी बेहतर कंप्यूटर वो देने की सामर्थ्य रखते हैं। उनकी थ्योरी को थोड़ा आप देखिए कभी, उसकी स्पीड अगर आप कभी उसके बारे में जानेंगे, आप उसको आगे बढ़ा सकते, वे इस दिशा में बहुत बड़ा योगदान आपका कर सकते हैं, और दुनिया को एक नया अनुभव आप करा सकते हैं। कर्माकर थ्योरी इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका का निर्वहन कर सकता है। अब थोड़ा सा उस दिशा में आगे बढ़ने की आवश्यकता है। लेकिन आज इंडस्ट्री की जो आवश्यकता है, इन 3 महत्वपूर्ण विषयों को लेकर के हमने पिछले 8 साढ़े 8 वर्ष के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर, आप में से ज़्यादातर लोगों ने उत्तर प्रदेश को बदलते हुए देखा होगा, और उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर पिछले 8 साढ़े 8 वर्ष के अंदर जो कुछ भी हम परिवर्तन करने में सफल हुए हैं, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में, उनके विजनरी लीडरशिप में हम लोगों ने उस दिशा में जो कार्य बढ़ाए हैं, उसके बेहतरीन परिणाम भी हम सबके सामने आए। हम मानते थे 2017 के पहले एक निराशाजनक वातावरण था। लोगों के मन में लगता था कि ये सब नहीं हो सकता है। देश के अंदर भी धारणा बन चुकी थी कि उत्तर प्रदेश सुधरने वाला नहीं है। उत्तर प्रदेश की जो चुनौतियां थी वे सबके सामने थी। याद करिए, उत्तर प्रदेश, मैंने आपको बताया ना, भारत तो 1947 में आते आते उसका वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था में केवल 2% योगदान रह गया था, लेकिन भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था में उत्तर प्रदेश 1947 में भी और 1960 के दशक में 14% योगदान अकेले उत्तर प्रदेश करता था। लेकिन 1960 के बाद लगातार डाउनफॉल पे लगातार गया। 2017 तक आते आते इसका जो कंट्रीब्यूशन था वो 7 से 8% के आसपास रह गया। और 7 से 8% के बीच में जो इसका योगदान रह गया था, उसमें भी निराशा थी, हताशा थी। कोई इंडस्ट्री आना नहीं चाहती थी। जो थी भी वह इस बात को लेकर के चिंतित रहती थी कि कैसे उन्होंने जो पूंजी यहाँ लगाया है, ये पूंजी सुरक्षित रहेगी कैसे, और उसको लेकर के कैसे वे यहाँ से अपना समेट करके भागें। युवाओं में निराशा थी। प्लान हो रहा था, पहचान का संकट था। और आजादी के समय जो प्रदेश देश का सबसे समृद्ध प्रदेश था, यानी 1947 और 1960 तक उत्तर प्रदेश देश का, भारत की जो कुल अर्थव्यवस्था थी उसमें नंबर 1 पर उत्तर प्रदेश आता था। हम 16-17 तक पहुंचते पहुंचते उत्तर प्रदेश 8वीं अर्थव्यवस्था रह गया, बीमारू राज्य हो गया। लोगों ने हमारे राज्य को ही बीमारू कर दिया। और मुझे प्रसन्नता है ये बताते हुए कि हमने पिछले 8 वर्ष में उत्तर प्रदेश इस टीम ने उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों के साथ मिलकर के जो प्रयास प्रारंभ किया है, आज उत्तर प्रदेश देश की फिर से नंबर 2 की अर्थव्यवस्था बन चुका है। बेहतरीन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ हम उभर रहे हैं। हर एक फील्ड में उत्तर प्रदेश ने कुछ मानक गढ़े हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश आज देश के अंदर सबसे तेज अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में अपने आप को स्थापित करने में सफल हुआ है। क्या सुरक्षा का हो, क्या अर्थव्यवस्था का हो, क्या इन्वेस्टमेंट का हो, हर एक क्षेत्र में उत्तर प्रदेश ने कुछ नए मानक गढ़ने के प्रयास किए। और उन स्थितियों में हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है कि हम लोग अगर जीवन के समग्र विकास की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, उसके परिणाम का भी इंतजार करते हैं। स्टेबिलिटी की जब बात आती है, उत्तर प्रदेश की विधानसभा पहली विधानसभा है जिसने सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स को लेकर के लगातार 36 घंटे तक अपने विधायिका का संचालन किया था। और उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा में 36 घंटे तक लगातार चर्चा हुई थी कि कैसे हम सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के गोल को अचीव करने की दिशा में कार्य कर सकते। और लगातार हमारी टीमें उसमें काम कर रही हैं, लगातार उस पर कार्य हो रहा है। एजुकेशन, क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन की दिशा में क्या प्रयास होने चाहिए, हेल्थ सेक्टर में क्या कुछ होना चाहिए, एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ को कैसे हम बढ़ा सकते हैं, लागत कम किया जा सके और उत्पादन बढ़ाया जा सके। जल संसाधन का बेहतरीन उपयोग कैसे हो सकता है। आपसे छुपा हुआ क्षेत्र नहीं, कानपुर के बाद आप जब जाएंगे तो यमुना नदी के उस पार आपको जो क्षेत्र देखने को मिलता है वो बुंदेलखंड का क्षेत्र है। सूखा था, पलायन था, अव्यवस्था थी, और इस अव्यवस्था में वहां डकैतों का साम्राज्य चलता था, दिन दहाड़े अपहरण होता था। मैं जब मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद झांसी में पहली बार गया तो लोगों ने मुझे सूखे की शिकायत की, कहा साहब पानी नहीं आता। मैं चित्रकूट में गया तो उन लोगों ने मुझसे कहा, मैंने उनसे कहा, मैंने कहा चित्रकूट तो इतना, ये भगवान राम के समय से चित्रकूट, भगवान राम जब वनवास उनको हुआ था तो चित्रकूट को ही उन्होंने वास बनाया था, और इतनी अव्यवस्था कैसे, कुछ भी नहीं है। उन्होंने कहा साहब कौन रहेगा यहाँ पे, यहाँ तो डकैत अपहरण कर देते हैं। मैंने कहा कैसे, कहा कि वो किसी को भी अपहरण कर लेते हैं, कोई व्यापारी हो, उद्यमी हो, कोई तीर्थयात्री आ गया, ये सब वो कर लेते हैं यहाँ पे। अलग अलग जनपदों की अपनी समस्याएं थी। आज आप जाएंगे, बेहतरीन कनेक्टिविटी बुंदेलखंड की है, डकैत मुक्त हो गया है, अब वहां इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर के 2 नोड झांसी और चित्रकूट में स्थापित हो रहे हैं। हर घर नल पहुंच चुका है और हर खेत को पानी पहुंच रहा है। वहां ये चेंज आया है। आप आश्चर्य करेंगे, महोबा उसी बुंदेलखंड का एक जनपद है। एक पेयजल की, एक सिंचाई की स्कीम थी, 30 सालों से लंबित थी। हम लोगों ने एक समय सीमा में उसको पूरा किया। पूरा करने के बाद हमने एक टीम को लगाया। हमने कहा भी देखो इस स्कीम के आने के पहले, स्कीम के आने के बाद क्या परिवर्तन हुआ है वहां के किसानों के जीवन में, आम नागरिक के जीवन। और जब परिणाम मेरे सामने आए, आप आश्चर्य करेंगे कि एक किसान जो वहां पर अपना 1 बीघा लैंड 5,000 रुपये कमाता था साल में, आज वही किसान 50,000 रुपये साल में कमा रहा है। ये 10 गुने की जो वृद्धि हुई है, ये केवल एक किसान की आमदनी में नहीं हुई है, उत्तर प्रदेश की आमदनी में हुई है, राज्य की आमदनी में हुई है, नेशनल जीडीपी में उसने योगदान दिया। विकसित भारत के लिए हर एक सेक्टर को हमें चिन्हित करना पड़ेगा। पर्यावरण के लिए क्या कुछ हम करना चाहते हैं। हम प्राकृतिक वातावरण का विकल्प नहीं दे सकते। याद रखना, वह सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका का निर्वहन करेगा। और उत्तर प्रदेश देश का पहला राज्य है जिसने पिछले 8 वर्ष में 240 करोड़ वृक्षारोपण के एक रिकॉर्ड को बनाया है पूरे देश के अंदर। हर वर्ष बरसात का समय आता है और हर एक जगह हलचल शुरू होती। आज फॉरेस्ट रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट भी इस बात को स्वीकार करता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में फॉरेस्ट कवर बढ़ा है, फॉरेस्ट कवर भी बढ़ा है। यानी सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के सभी 16 गोल्स को अचीव करने की दिशा में जो प्रयास प्रारंभ हुए हैं, आज उसका परिणाम है कि 6 करोड़ लोग उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर गरीबी रेखा से उभर करके आज एक सामान्य नागरिक के रूप में जीवन यापन कर रहे हैं। वे भी अच्छा जीवन, क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ के बारे में वे भी सोच सकते हैं, खुशहाल जीवन के बारे में वे भी सोच सकते हैं। यह परिवर्तन लाया जा सकता है। साइबर सिक्योरिटी के बारे में हम बेहतरीन रिजल्ट दे सकते हैं। आज सबसे ज्यादा हमारे सामने चुनौती है साइबर सिक्योरिटी के क्षेत्र, सबसे ज्यादा मामले आ रहे हैं। और राज्य सरकार ने भी उस दिशा में कुछ कदम बढ़ाए। 8 वर्ष के दौरान हम लोगों ने, जब हम लोग आए थे, केवल हमारे पास 2 थाने थे। एक थाना था गौतम बुद्ध नगर में, एक लखनऊ में, और दोनों भी क्रियाशील नहीं थे। हम लोगों ने आने के बाद सबसे पहले 75 के 75 जनपदों में एक एक साइबर सिक्योरिटी से जुड़ा हुआ साइबर थाना की स्थापना। फिर हमारे जो 1583 थाने थे राज्य भर के, इन सभी में साइबर हेल्प डेस्क भी दिया। और उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर कानून की राज की स्थापना की दिशा से अपनी स्टेट फॉरेंसिक एंड साइबर सिक्योरिटी का इंस्टीट्यूट की भी स्थापना राज्य के अंदर करते हुए आज वहां पर बेहतरीन इकोसिस्टम को डेवलप किया है। लेकिन अभी इसमें बहुत कुछ किए जाने की आवश्यकता है। अभी इस दिशा में बहुत कुछ करने की गुंजाइश है, और उस दिशा में हम लोग IIT कानपुर के भी संपर्क में हैं और IIT कानपुर से भी सहयोग की अपेक्षा रखते हैं। हर एक क्षेत्र में बहुत कुछ करने की गुंजाइश है, और मेरा मानना है कि यह एक नया फील्ड होगा जिसमें हमें कार्य करने की आवश्यकता है। उसमें खासतौर पर मैं इस बारे में आज कहूंगा कि IIT कानपुर इस दिशा में प्रयास करे कि हम लोग भारत का पहला डीप टेक भारत 2025 की दिशा में आगे बढ़े। एक अच्छा हमारा समिट हो यहाँ पर, जो डीप टेक भारत को लेकर के कार्य कर सके, और IIT कानपुर को इसका सेंटर बनाया जाना चाहिए। हम लोगों ने इस दिशा में गौतम बुद्ध नगर जनपद में कुछ लैंड भी अलॉट की, और मैं चाहूंगा कि IIT कानपुर अगर उसको लीड करे तो वह ओवरऑल पूरे देश के अंदर एक नई, उन जो हमारी आज की जो चुनौतियां हैं, उन चुनौतियों की दिशा में हम सबको एक नया एक लीडरशिप देने की सामर्थ्य IIT कानपुर में है। उस जो युवाओं के मन में एक आशंका है, उस आशंका को हम दूर कर सकते हैं, जिसमें हम लोग काफी इसमें कार्य कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए आपके लिए DRDO, इसरो और भी अन्य संस्थाएं बेहतर सहयोग करने के लिए आगे आ सकती हैं। मैं साथ ही यहां पर जो हमारे इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए डेलीगेट्स हैं, उनके लीडर्स हैं, उनसे भी मैं आग्रह करूंगा, याद रखना कि हमें तात्कालिक रूप से भले ही ये लगता हो कि हमारा मुनाफा हमें आगे बढ़ा देगा, हमारा प्रयास होना चाहिए कि मुनाफे का भी हमें एक बड़े पार्ट का उपयोग इनोवेशन के लिए एंड रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट के लिए आगे बढ़ा देना चाहिए। उसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन अपने स्वयं के उस फील्ड में आगे बढ़ने के लिए तैयार होना पड़ेगा। मैं IIT कानपुर से इस बारे में कहूंगा कि इनको एक बड़े सेंटर के रूप में अपने आप को स्थापित करना चाहिए, जो खास तौर पर मॉडल स्टडी के बारे में इंस्टीट्यूशन को बता सके। जो मैंने पहले भी कहा कि हमारी संस्थाएं ज्यादातर माहौल न होने के नाते उस बीमारी से ग्रसित हो गई थी जो उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर एक ठप्पा लग गया था बीमारू राज्य का। वे टापू बन गई अपने आप में, उनका किसी से कोई संबंध नहीं, कोई संवाद नहीं। जो सेल्फ फाइनेंस थी तो वे सरकार से केवल मान्यता लेती थी, एफिलिएशन की कार्रवाई करते थे, अपने परंपरागत जो पाठ्यक्रम था उस पाठ्यक्रम के साथ ही झूलते रहते थे, पेंडुलम बनकर के झूलते रहते थे। उन्हें अन्य चीजों से बहुत कुछ, उनका बहुत दूर दूर तक संबंध नहीं रह गया था। और जो गवर्नमेंट से ग्रांट पाते थे या गवर्नमेंट के थे, उनकी इतनी फुर्सत नहीं थी उनके पास, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर के अपने अपने दूसरे कार्यों में व्यस्तता हो रही। यहाँ पर मॉडल स्टडी के लिए कोविड कालखंड में हम लोगों ने प्रोफेसर मनिंदर अग्रवाल जी के नेतृत्व में यहाँ पर एक टीम के बारे में कहा था कि उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर कोविड मैनेजमेंट पर जो कार्य हुआ है, आप इस पे एक स्टडी करिए, मॉडल स्टडी यहाँ पर IIT कानपुर ने, और अच्छी दिशा में बढ़ा था। हमें अभी इस दिशा में बहुत कुछ करना हो। तो मैंने आपको बताया था ना, चेतना के जो अलग अलग आयाम हैं, ये भी आपको उसी दिशा में आगे बढ़ाते हैं। चेतन मन है वो आपकी मॉडल स्टडी का माध्यम बन सकता है, और चेतन मन है वह आपके इनोवेशन का आधार बन सकता है, और अचेतन मन है वो आपका R&D का एक बहुत बड़ा टैंक बन सकता है। एक थिंक टैंक के रूप में आप अपने आप को स्थापित कर सकते हैं। और जिस दिन इन तीनों में बेहतरीन कोलैबोरेशन हम कर पाएंगे, उस दिन भारत फिर से 1947 में प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित भारत के रूप में, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के रूप में, और दुनिया की नंबर 1 अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में अपने आप को स्थापित कर पाएगा। जो 300 वर्ष पहले जो भारत के पास जो सामर्थ्य थी, जो शक्ति थी, उसको भारत फिर से अर्जित कर सकता है। उसको अर्जित करने की दिशा में हम सबको एक सामूहिक प्रयास करना होगा। और यह समन्वय का कार्यक्रम, इसमें एकेडमिया, इंडस्ट्री एक मंच पर आकर के इन मुद्दों पर, खासतौर पर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, साइबर सिक्योरिटी एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी के क्षेत्र में हम लोगों को क्या कुछ करना है, तीनों मिलकर के जिस अभियान को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, ये चीज़ें और बेहतर तरीके से आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। मैं आज के इस अवसर पर समन्वय के इस कार्यक्रम के लिए IIT कानपुर को जैसे धन्यवाद देता हूं, और मुझे विश्वास है कि यहाँ से जो मंथन होगा, उस मंथन को किसी एक निष्कर्ष पर आप सब पहुंचाने में सफल होंगे। आप सबके प्रति मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
हम अपने माननीय मुख्य अतिथि के द्वारा दिए गए प्रेरणादायक संबोधन के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद करते हैं। आइए मिलकर जोरदार तालियों से उनका आभार व्यक्त करें। I request everyone to please settle down. We'll continue with the session. Now, we would like to invite Professor Amay Karkare, Dean Resources and Alumni, to kindly introduce and invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Harrick Wynn.
Good morning, everyone. I request you all to settle down. It is my privilege to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Harrick Wynn. Dr. Wynn is the Chief Technology Officer at Tata Consultancy Services, where he has led pioneering work in digital automation. He is the founder of Digitate and the creator of Ignio, the world's first cognitive automation product. Earlier in his career, he served as Vice President and Chief Scientist at TRDDC. Before joining industry, Dr. Wynn was a professor at the University of Texas at Austin, where he established pioneering research laboratories and drove innovations in computing, ranging from video over IP and digital video on demand to distributed caching and enterprise IT solutions. Dr. Win has authored more than 125 research publications, earned his PhD from the University of California at San Diego. He has been recognized as a TCS Fellow, elected as a Fellow of the National Academy of Engineering, and honored as a distinguished alumnus of IIT Bombay. I request all of you to join me in welcoming Dr. Win.
Morning. Okay. So indeed a pleasure. Right, sir? First slide. Okay. Thank you. So, first of all, I'm honored to be here, and indeed a pleasure to actually get an opportunity to talk to all of you. And it was actually inspiring to listen to and the opportunities that lie in front of us and how we need to actually think about change. And in fact, not just change our future, and indeed become the world's largest economy. So let me start by actually that whatever he said, it is likely to come true because we are sort of living in a very interesting era. An era which is perhaps something that we haven't seen. So we are living in an era where this notion of what I would call as hybrid workforce, where people and machines sort of working shoulder to shoulder, and each one assisting and augmenting the other, becoming a reality faster than ever before. So in this new world that we are actually entering, which is the world created by AI and many other technologies, including quantum, we are actually getting into a situation where people constantly train and improve the machine, and the machines will continuously assist and augment people. And this virtuous cycle that is getting created with people augmenting machines and machines augmenting people, we are likely to get to a situation where the work capacity of individuals, capacity of people, teams, organizations to work, as well as the capacity to produce value, is what will actually create the GDP that was talked about earlier, likely to actually double every 12 to 18 months. That's happening because of sort of a perfect storm, if you will, that is because of three different things that are coming together. As you all know, software is at the heart of almost any kind of work that happens in any way. The time to build software is coming down by almost a factor of 2 every, actually nowadays about 8 to 10 months. Software is becoming more and more intelligent, and the intelligence is likely to double every 12 to 18. And most importantly, the workspace that each one of us uses to work, that is not done by a machine, is also becoming more and more intelligent on a daily basis. Right? So when you look at the sort of a confluence of all of these factors, software becoming easier to build, software becoming far more intelligent, and the workspaces themselves become far more intelligent. Combination likely to help us double the capacity and generate value. Now this is, we just put this context, we are used 5 to 7% year-on-year improvement in productivity or year-on-year improvement in capacity. Imagine if it's going to become 10 times larger than that, is the world that we are just embarking upon. We are likely to work economics as we know it completely get disrupted. And by the way, this doubling of this capacity is not a one-time doubling, but potentially continuous doubling for the foreseeable future. So this is likely to change virtually everything, every industry. In fact, many of us have lived through one such what is often called as the exponential growth era. I think in the world of technology, when I was a student at IIT Bombay, the 80s, actually, Gordon Moore, who was then the CEO of Intel, had projected this thing, became known as the Moore's Law, that said that the number of transistors on a chip double every 12 to 18. And that Moore's Law has actually created the world we live. Think about Moore's Law and go back to 1980. Some of you will remember all the big technology companies of the 80s are no longer around, and all the big technology companies, big tech, deep tech companies of today not exist. 1980. Big companies at that time were companies like Univac, Wang, Beck, and all of them are gone. All the big companies of today do not exist. That happened because of this doubling of the capacity and the use of the technology. With this particular thing, where we are talking about work capacity doubling, every domain of work, not just the technology industry, but every type of industry, whether it is healthcare, whether it is pharma, whether it is insurance, financial services, all of them are likely to. It's an enormous opportunity for all of us to actually dramatic. So as I've said here, only the dynamic will survive. The definition of dynamic, really individuals, teams, or organizations that will master the art of inventing and perhaps more importantly, adopting work next practices, not best practices, work next practice. And that is exactly what collectively actually try to achieve. That's really sort of the world that we are entering, the world that we are rapidly embarking, doubling of the capacity, and that will foster continue to find what we do, how we work, and the value we give. And that's really sort of the new era, the new world that we are entering. So if you think about AI, and actually AI is almost the front end, but all the other technologies, your computer technologies, sensing technologies that actually observe, that actually compute on the data, communication technology, even essential technologies are all part of this. But the AI is almost the front end, if you of all of this. I would say that while the technology is dramatically, we are still at a very early stage of adoption for large enterprises. In fact, almost everything that people are talking about today, AI, or sort of what is called as activity-centric AI or task-level automation, and with the intention of more productivity of. So while that is actually probably the most dominant that everybody is talking about, offering information at your fingertips or automation, the productivity type of. But we are, as I said, very early stage of this entire era. today, actually realizing these benefits at scale is still something that has not happened. So I think there was a recent publication from MIT that talked about the fact that 95% of what people are trying to build is actually not making production, and a relatively small percentage of that is generated. And if you think about why that is the case, it's actually quite fascinating. Look at the last 20, 30 years. We have been essentially operating in a world where, because the complexity of systems have been going up, we have been actually manage those systems, have actually embarked on almost an industrialization mindset where we have tried taking complex activities, complex jobs to be done, and almost segregate, almost divide and conquer, partition the job into large number of little types of activities, then building, if you will, a team of the, I would say, narrow specialists to actually perform each of these activities. This is what has allowed us to actually complexity and scale. But what that has done, unfortunately, is that it has divided the world into so many little silos and islands that we have lost track of end to end. There are very few people who understands anything. Now, when you imbibe AI, benefits actually accrue if you actually think end to end. Silos give more time for me to have coffee, but it does not actually value. That's why struggling. Also the reason why we are at this early phase. So what needs to happen actually is almost a reversal of what we have done over the last 25, 30 years. We have gone down the path of segregate, simplify, complex, divide and conquer. Now think about a hybrid workforce. People and machines are co-working. Can be used to handle complexity better. You have to actually go from segregation to almost aggregation. You have to start thinking end to end and not silos. And the moment you start doing that, the role of technology also changes. Not just to automate some isolated tasks, but to actually augment the intelligence of people, them much better. In fact, in almost all domains of work, if you think about it, software engineering, the difference between software and average software, as measured in terms of all the software metrics like time to rate, time to recover from failure, that sort. The gap between average and elite, 100x. We're not talking about 10, 20%. Talking about 100x gap between average and about best doctor, best lawyer, average lawyer, best marketing campaign, and so on. Have exactly the same large gap between average and the obvious question is why? And by the way, this gap of 100x has stayed 100x, even though activity writing has dramatically. So if you try to ask why is that the case, realize that almost all of us does involves a combination of an action. What we have been using technology to is actually to automate productivity action. Are still by each one of us use a lot of tacit knowledge that we acquire through it. And that's what, so a highly experienced doctor is somebody you will trust more than a fresh doctor. A highly experienced wealth manager trust more than graduated college. Why? Because they're actually driven by tacit knowledge. Problem with tacit knowledge is that in today's day and age, the tacit knowledge itself is becoming obsolete faster than ever before. Today's elite, tomorrow's average. The rate of will lead to average. It's also excellent. It's actually a great opportunity for intelligent machines augment that they can become elite by design. So imagine that everybody who graduates from any college in almost accompanied by a smart machine, that person become 10x. And if we can do that, which is possible, then it's actually enormous, and that's actually probably a better use of technology. Not just for automating tasks to have so that I can have more coffee. That's not exactly the best use. So that is where actually the opportunity lies for all of us to actually. But doing all of this, by the way, is not easy. Once again, the point that it's not that the train has left this. A lot of hard work that needs to in order for us to. In fact, from a technical perspective, building these kinds of AI solutions of tomorrow actually not just about of your favorite Gen AI models. It actually combine wide variety of technologies, in fact, many forms of AI together to actually that is effective. For example, about traditional AI, it's all about logical, sustainable, deterministic. It is not as adaptive. The Gen AI, today's generation of kind of models, are inherently what is called as analogical reasoning. It learns from analogies or correlation. But consequently, not explainable, nor is it deterministic. So when you start, you have to combine wide variety of actually that are in fact, when you build these kinds of intelligent have a characteristic of self-adaptation that they continue to learn and self-adapt. You don't know how to actually test, verify, or de-evolving systems. Create all software that we have ever built. I was a graduate student. They have all been deterministic. That once you actually put them in production, they don't change. You can test them, they stay like that. Now, we are going to be building self-evolving. How do you test? How do you have? In fact, the systems will be a fairly large complex of the intelligent. How do you even about a system which is built of intelligent agents, one of which changing a lot of this. And that is where a lot of innovation for us to actually master this art of then use. By the way, we will learn how to not engineer for functionality. Almost everything we do today, we know how to build engineering for functionality. But this world, the rate of change is large that most AI solutions become obsolete even before they go to production. How do we ensure that we are not going to faster? That means completely mindset how you. That's really sort of what is going. The second big change that we will all have to learn to master is actually change organization. Because the role of people in the world of hybrid workforce, role of people from or is from hours of work, trainers, interrogators of hours of work done by machine, and perhaps most importantly, of critical. And as machines will become more and more intelligent, the role of people monthly very, very different. The world we are used to. If the roles of people in an organization like IIT every month or every quarter or months, organization, how do you continue? Jobs are. In fact, what we have realized is that the half-life of a time within which a skill that somebody has acquired loses half its value has shrunk from 30 years to about 5 to 6. What does this mean? That virtually every probably himself or herself, all of our children guaranteed will probably reinvent themselves 5 to 6. That requires us to completely, our education is not designed for this. That once you graduate from IIT, you're set for life. Well, you're mistaken. That is not going to happen, right? So how to actually do in TCS? I see this problem every 1,000 people. I have to retrain that I have to retrain about 100,000 people. They are by far world's largest university. And our problem is far more complicated than the problem of a 4-year degree. Because 4-year degree college, you can define 10 areas of work and then people come in of a factory out. Well, in the world, I have to actually train each one individually to actually help each become their very best. Very different. Understand. My only reason for pointing this out is that the world we are embarking upon is very different. Not a world we have. Everything will. That's why I said that the dynamic means actually master the art or what we call as. That is the game. By the way, this is actually a great for India because the world is going to change. Time to actually frog rather than try to, right? So this is actually precisely the reason why a lot of what. So I think I'm going to probably not spend too much time on this. This is the last slide. That it's an enormous opportunity for all of us to really think about trying to achieve excellence, what I would call as anticipatory innovation is all about anticipating where the world of technology is, some of the points that and asking of this for almost line of and thereby master the art of what I would call as perfection of X, where X really wide variety of types of work that we are actually right. So, for example, so when we think about what we testing, at them in sort of 3. First category, the basic this cross, like how do you engineer technology? I mentioned the fact that if technology that we build self-evolving, massive opportunity what has created in IT industry, it probably can become 10x larger. Actually, start looking of this industry, cybersecurity, enormous challenge. A lot of these problems are not understood. Think about energy management. With things like every organism or even household of energy, consume more energy. The energy network which are used the linear network and consumer, that chain get broken where I can actually buy and sell energy from my neighbor. So you are going to go from a linear network or a linear of in fact, tomorrow's energy network is like information. What all of us are prosumers in an content. Tomorrow, one of us is Internet of energy, not internet. Complete opportunity of energy, opportunity. That's the kind of things that you. Life sciences. Say, for example, one drug out. Market is a 10 to 12-year cost. And consequently, large pharma company imagine now with the kinds of doubling of the value generation capacity that I talked about, 5 years, 10 years, or brought down from every pharma company start building. In fact, you can actually build drugs that are actually are popular. A high cost. So I have a team that is working on to actually identify drug molecule. Fundamentally forming and so on, so on. I mean, I think sustainable city talked about, water, soil, air, waste. All of these are humongous challenges. When food, in fact, 40%, I don't know, is what we produce. Culture. Multi-trillion-dollar loss. Question now is, for example, our teams have been building of a tomato, grapes. You can do that, the can actually not just the value of a particular potato, as well as shelf life. If I can predict that, use effectively. How do we find the entire value chain, entire supply chain? Can you make supply chain of food highly intelligent? That will our agriculture, whatever he said, that the revenue of farmers went up by 10x, well, there is another 10x or 100x. Start doing. But to do that, I think gathering, because these are not problems solved by any. This, not just redefine all of these. Let me end by simply saying that I think we are, as I said, we are at the cusp of completely an era that is probably very different what each. But to strive in wisdom and vision for sure, perhaps most importantly, courage. And create. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. For insightful talk, your valuable perspectives set a powerful tone for the rest of the and we are truly honored by your presence. I'd like to invite all panelists from industry and corporate partners present with us today to kindly come forward for a group. All the corporate partners and panelists come here today to please come forward for the. Now, thank you everyone. Now we move on to a significant moment of this gathering, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. This MOU marks the beginning of a meaningful partnership between Airavat and Tata Consultancy Services, paving the way for impactful collaboration in the times ahead. Airavat Research Foundation and Tata Consultancy Services have entered into a strategic collaboration to drive AI-powered solutions for sustainable cities. By combining Airavat's research excellence with TCS global technology The partnership aims to deliver impactful innovations in urban mobility, safety, and air quality. Together, the two organizations seek to empower urban local bodies with intelligent tools that foster sustainable growth and smarter civic governance. I request Professor Sachidanand Tripathi, Dean of Kodak School of Sustainability, and Dr. Harry Quinn to kindly come forward for the signing of MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for this strategic partnership. Thank you, everyone. I would now request members of the press, please proceed to the green room backstage for the press address. We will now proceed for the networking team. I will request all the panelists to please proceed for the networking team. Rest of the people can be reconvene the session at 11:30. 11:30. Oh, sorry, 12:30. 12:30 p.m.
Hello. Hello. Check. 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 Check one. Hello. Check. Check one. Hello. Hello. Check. Check one. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Check one. Hello. Check. Check one. Hello. Check. Check one. Hello. Check. Check one. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Check one. Hello. Check. Check one. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Check one. Hello. Hello. Check.
Welcome back, everyone. Kindly ask all attendees to keep your mobile phones on silent or flight mode, and kindly avoid any kind of movement in the hall during the We'll soon move ahead with the next segment, that is showcasing research excellence. IIT Kanpur offers diverse avenues for collaboration through its key verticals, including the Kotak School of Sustainability, the Vadwani School of AI and Intelligence Systems, the C3I Hub, and the Interface Office for Technology and Application. Each of these initiatives is dedicated to driving innovation, advancing research, and building impactful partnerships. To provide deeper insights, we will now showcase brief presentations on these verticals, highlighting the opportunities they present for meaningful engagement and collaboration. To begin with, I would like to invite Professor Soumitra Sanadhya, Project Director, C3I Hub, to kindly join us on stage and deliver the presentation. Professor Sanadhya. I request admin to put the, yeah, thank you.
Welcome again, and it's my pleasure to talk about C3I Hub, which is a Section 8 company at IIT Kanpur. We are focused about cybersecurity. Okay, so our vision is to provide cybersecurity tools for critical infrastructure as well as for network security. We build our own tools, and they are currently being deployed in various institutions, including some government agencies. We also have a focus on building cybersecurity infrastructure within the country, and for that, we support startups, incubating them both financially as well as with technical support. And our goal is to create a cybersecurity generation for the country. There are three main areas of our focus right now. The first one is about critical infrastructure security. The second one is data protection and integrity. And the third one is cryptocurrency forensics. I'll talk about them a little while. So, in critical infrastructure security, we have a test bed, which is one of its kind in the country, where we have various kind of test beds, including for water resources, for robotic arms, and power sector. And these are all in our lab. I welcome you to C3I Center sometime to visit and see this. And through these, we have developed technologies which are being deployed currently in highways and National Highway Authority of India. And our director mentioned in the morning about the ports. 13 ports of the country are currently deploying our technology. And during Operation Sindoor, none of these ports were attacked. Although there was attempt to attack, but none of these attacks succeeded in these 13 ports. We are also working with the steel manufacturers. So Bhilai Steel Plant is one of our clients. We have our security products employed there. We also give training to the employees of them. And then we have Mangalore refineries and other agencies also involved. Another work that we are doing is to develop cybersecurity capability maturity model. And this is customized for India. It is already, it has had a test run with hundreds of CSOs being employed in its development, and sector-specific models are currently under development. This is the IT and OT Security Operations Center. This is our own SOC, which has been developed in-house, and it is compatible with both IT as well as OT. You can see that it is being deployed at Ports Authority, it is deployed at NHAI, and it is also deployed at BIT Mesra. In the interest of time, I'll not speak much about each of the slides, but you are welcome to have further discussions with me or my team later on. We have a very big security and training division. We conduct lots of security training for various government agencies. We also find vulnerabilities in critical infrastructure. So we have succeeded in finding 13 new kind of vulnerabilities which were not known, and these are all reported to the agencies responsible for it, including CERT-In. And we provide industrial level hands-on training, including to a lot of steel plant and other agencies. Just last week, we had completed a training for Bhilai Steel Plant, and currently another one is going on for NIC officers. In data protection, we have created a blockchain-based tool, which was inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister, and this is being used to issue digital degrees in various universities. More than 1 lakh degrees have been distributed using our tool. It is also being used for employee ID cards and seamless entry-exit systems. It is being issued also for aviation certificates in an agency in Bangalore. We have blockchain-based systems which are integrating a layer to existing systems, and this is being used for land registry in Karnataka government, and it has been integrated with the Kaveri card of the Karnataka government. We are also doing testing of our tool for transferable development rights with the user acceptance at the level of user acceptance testing in Kanpur right now with Kanpur Corporation. We have this another program undergoing currently with the Rajasthan government for agricultural licensing issues. And in all of them, our blockchain technology in-house developed is being used. This is another product we have, and this is about cryptocurrency forensics. The Chief Minister also mentioned in the morning, a lot of crimes are happening related to using cryptocurrencies. So we have created a tool which is hosting and synchronizing nodes on Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Tron. And we are able to auto-investigate cases, and we can create a case and manage it completely, and we can also create alerts and watch lists. This is being used by certain law enforcement agencies within the country. We are currently focusing on few more areas in addition to what I already mentioned. One is the AI and ML security, and this actually involves both AI ML enabled security. For example, in our SIM, how do you generate or how do you handle the false positives, alerts which are generated in large quantity? So our AI and ML enabled techniques are getting this number of false positives to much lower number. We are also studying the security of AI ML systems. We are working on supply chain security, including hardware Trojan detection and side channel attack exploitation. In forensics, we are working on mobile forensics, device level forensics, memory forensics, even network forensics and IoT forensics. Some of this has again found applications in various police agencies and law enforcement. And we are also working on developing tools to identify fake apps and analyze by reverse engineering apps if they are causing any harm in the mobile system. Our security ecosystem via which we support other startups, we have supported 53 R&D projects. These are academic projects mostly. In various IITs and other institutions, we have supported such projects. We have 50 startups supported via C3I Hub. And out of these 50 startups, about 60% of them have their products developed. And some of them are getting traction even in markets abroad. So some of them have their clients in US and Europe, and they are already making money also. We have a snapshot of our startup success. We have a total revenue of the startups is about 60 crores during the period of 2021 to 2025. And 12 of the startups are earning more than 50 lakh rupees per year. 7 patents have been granted from the startups, and 55 commercial products have been developed by them. We provide various kind of support to the startups, including incubation, accelerator, and technical support, as well as financials. Yeah, this is where I would like to stop, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think Professor Sachidanand is still busy. Now I would request Professor Raja Angamuthu from Interface Office for Technology and Applications to kindly join us on the stage and deliver the presentation.
Okay. The privilege to stand in front of you to introduce the IOTA. IOTA is very young. It was just started last February. It is Interface Office for Technology and Applications. Not just a tech transfer office. I will tell you why we needed the new office called IOTA, and we have to go away from the normal mode of tech transfer. So we have found that the R&D that is happening in any IIT, especially in our IIT Kanpur where we are, the research and development should be based on the real life questions, and everything should work on first principle model. We have to go deep, and then we have to deconvolute everything, and then we have to find solution to everything that we can be using our expertise. So we want to change the way we think about the research and development, and we have to take the questions directly from the citizens from outside the campus and from the industry and from the government, and we want to solve it. And for that, we needed a new model. And we have almost 40 faculty entrepreneurs in the campus, and their startups are doing very good. We wanted to increase the number to 120 at least in coming 2-3 years. That is main thing. And the last mile connectivity was a problem. We create very good students. At the end of 4th year, they get very nice jobs. But the thing is that the big group of students, they are all IT oriented, but the core students are not interested, or they do not have good exposure to their future opportunities. So we wanted to have a nice connection between the core research oriented students to the industry. So we want to have a vocational oriented change in the coursework, and also industry partners will directly train them in for internship or a small time in the campus. And we also want to have the industry partners to come here and then use our expertise to get trained. For example, every company has workforce, and then after 5 years, every technology, everything changes. They have to retrain, reorient their workforce. So for that, we will have the training centers here for capacity building. And the most important thing is the R&D culture in academic institutes mostly are publication oriented, and we want to increase the number of translation oriented R&D culture in the institute. So these are the basic reasons we created this office. And you can see how we want to achieve that in the near future. You can see the first charter is targeted funding and mentorship. So for R&D research, fundamental research, government is funding and some industries also funding. But for translational research, if a faculty has an outstanding idea which dazzles anybody, the money is not that easily available. So we are creating a corpus with the help of our alumni. I guess we are looking at 100 crore corpus in near future. This will be used to fund the faculty member who have a translational idea, or in order to improve their TRL level, to bring it to the level of application and commercialization, we would use that fund. And we have already started it actually. And the second is, we want to have our R&D aligned to the industry. So how do we do that? Usually industry comes here, and then through the Dean R&D office, they give their problems, and then they take expertise from here. But we want to go one extra mile. We want the industry to come here to install their innovation hub. We want them to be here, a group of employers from the outside, and then they would have closer connection to the expertise available from here. And we want to use that to train the students, to train their officials from the company also. And we want to have interdisciplinary innovation hubs which are funded by the IOTA, and that would allow the faculty members to play in the hub. They can advance their prototype, they can test it, they can do modifications, they can do the design. It will be a place for playing for all the experts here. And we want to increase the robust collaborations and IP support. So a couple of startups which came out of IIT Kanpur, they went big, but they need a lot of money for international IPing. Like Guradev, for example, wanted 64 crores. So there is no funding mechanism for those things, but IOTA office will take care of these things. And what are our immediate plans, and what are we doing in the past few months? We have already sent a call in the institute, and we have received around 20 proposals. So far, nothing is rejected. We have started funding. The fastest was first day evening, a proposal was received. Second day, we have reviewed the complete proposal using our industry partners. Third day, the funding was given to the faculty member. So it was very small, only 25 lakhs, but it was achieved. So our funding mechanism from this IOTA for TRL enhancement will be so fast, and it will be flawless. And IOTA is the nodal agency already to connect with the industry to IIT, to connect with the government to the IIT. And IOTA will have the good empanelment of our experts and from the industry to communicate with back and forth, to find the proper expert, to find the proper timing, everything. And We have a lot of success stories, but they are not put out so big. So IOTA will take care of bringing the narrative outside. So it encourages other faculty members and students to go into the entrepreneurship mode instead of normal job and research and development. And the last thing is, we would like to invite a lot of success stories, started very small and then made very big from you, from industry, from the faculty members, to come and tell the story to spend. The first one, we have invited Vikas Mishra from Rafem Fiber. He will come here and then spend one day with our students, and then he will tell all his story. I guess if you know about Rafem Fiber, you would know how small it started, how big it became very fast. Can you put the last slide? Okay, yeah. No, this is going back. So the future plan is, though the slide is saying future plan, we have achieved already few things. In this year itself, we wanted to have 15 industry collaborations, which helps our faculty members. We have already crossed 5, 6, and we are sure that we will go to that number. And before next year, we want to have at least 15 tech transfer. We have crossed 3 now. I guess within 1 year, 1.5 years, we will be able to achieve that number also. And we want to have a fully functional infrastructure established for research on campus. So IOTA helps the establishment of drone hub in the campus. It will be a national drone technology hub. And we are helping, we are working with the semiconductor group to bring the manufacturing and packaging facility with a few professors, Professor Nilesh Badwe from material science already coming into action. We are working hard to get the small pilot scale manufacturing hub also in the campus. I guess we will be in 26 years, we will have those things. For our medtech entrepreneurs, they needed some clean room and few things, and we are establishing those things also in near future. So we will have a lot of playground for those who want to do that translational research. And before 28, we want to have at least 30 technology transfer, and we are on the way to achieve that and make IOTA self-sustainable. We thought it is 2029, but our alumni group is coming with 100 crore corpus, so that will be done in this year itself. So as you see, most of the things are, we want to help in a big way for the TRL enhancement, and we want to help for the patent filing if they needed. So the corpus will help at least 20 international patent and 200 Indian patents from our faculty members, and we will take care of their patent filing charges. So that will give them stress-free inventions, and we would have our innovation hubs both by industry and also on its own from IOTA, that will allow partners to help to play around in the for prototyping and other things. And we would have dedicated startups coming from. The first one is already in pipeline, and I would not take their moment to announce that. So that will come up in a few weeks actually. And we would like to have 10 to 15 deep tech startups every year, and the number will be even bigger because we would like to have the deep tech center in Noida and Lucknow, and they are coming up in this year itself, so the number will be bigger. And we want to increase the student entrepreneurship culture in the campus. So if any student group is there with dazzling idea, they can reach out to IOTA, and then IOTA will help from 1 lakh to 10 lakh for them also. And it will be nice. And I see the future very bright for IOTA office, and I would need a lot of help from industry partners and from our faculty members and students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Professor Sachidanand Tripathi, Dean of Kotak School of Sustainability, to kindly come and deliver the presentation. Professor Tripathi, are you here?
So, good afternoon. I'm mostly going to talk about this new experiment which IIT Kanpur is doing by setting up this new school, Kotak School of Sustainability, through a very generous grant from Kotak and Mahindra Bank. So in next about 10 to 15 minutes, I'll be talking about what is the structure of this and what kind of interdisciplinary pool of experts trying to bring under one umbrella, try to solve some of these pressing problems of urban sustainability or sustainability as a whole. That is what I'm going to talk. And next slide. Yeah. Okay, so what basically this school, is kind of has created this platform where faculty members across sciences, engineering, and management have come together, about 50 faculty members, so that they can work on some of these problems on the interface of a couple of these different disciplines, or what we call as a borderline problems. And most of them are very well trained, and we are hiring as well. Of the new hirings are from the top places in the world. We are also trying to basically ingrain sustainability into the education. Part of that pursuit, we have created India's possibly the first program, which is AI for Sustainability. That was just launched, and inaugural batch, we had about students that have come, and they're all bright students, I must say that. And here also, I will talk about some of the centers. One new center which has come to IIT Kanpur as a part of Make AI in India, Make AI Work for India. That is AI for Sustainable Cities. That's a very large center, and that has come, and that is actually focusing across all the verticals, which generally, is a part of urban sustainability, as you see, monitoring, mobility, energy, e-governance, and water. And as you on the right, you see that thing that is coming up with support from Kotak Mahindra Bank. That's going to be one of really a highlight of this entire Kotak project, if you may, where this will be a state-of-art building, compliance with all this platinum kind of compliance. That certainly is a part of the larger initiative which we're trying to adopt on the campus to make campus net zero in terms of carbon footprint, make water positive, and reduce waste to almost zero. I'll be discussing some of that as well as we basically go along. This is, as you see, that this is the kind of structure that the school has created, just to kind of follow the vision, what I just stated. So you see that in the center, that's a Kotak school, and we already have a department of sustainable energy engineering that is primarily focusing on entire pipeline of energy production to energy storage to energy transmission. That's a sustainable energy engineering. There are about 1.5 faculty members. They are working on that. Another notable center we have very well endowed through a grant from Ministry of Jal Shakti, that is Ganga. I will briefly discuss that. And this center, what I just said, that AI for Sustainable Cities, Erawat Research Foundation, we implemented as a Section 8 company. And then, of course, we have another center, Atman, has been trying to develop new scalable, cost-effective technologies to deal with the problem of air quality. That was also granted from Scientific Advisor's Office of Government of India. Next. This one. Yeah. So now I'll just give you a kind of what type of research is being carried out, both fundamental in nature and also in terms of development of technologies across the department. So these are basically two examples what you see currently being pursued under Department of Sustainable Energy, the Kotak School of Sustainability. As you see, one idea is basically pursued: develop solar cell which are defect-free, flexible, modular, etc. That's one thing. Second is, of course, trying to develop these new battery, the kind of mineral or material we have in abundance, because many batteries could be developed, but they require, or the supply of the elements or minerals become a limiting factor. So these technologies currently are being pursued as a part of energy engineering, and they are somewhere at TRL level 4 to 5. Next one, we have a state-of-art facility here, again as part of Department of S, where they have basically this entire laboratory where they can simulate entire range of renewable energy, and then they can also plug and play, for example, wind energy or fuel cell or etc. And they can also look into different storage options, and it can be switched between AC and DC current. So all these possibilities are here, and that is being created as a part of this laboratory. That helps basically not only to kind of switch the campus overall power loads to different kind of options, part renewable and part other, but this also helps some way by working with Kanpur city and different agencies of Uttar Pradesh government to help them basically optimize their microgrid and major grids as they kind of go along for different energy options. Next, please. And this is third example where what is as a part of energy research pipeline, which is pursued in Department of Sustainable Energy Engineering, is trying to basically generate hydrogen through the ammonia route. And that also, you see, that's a state-of-art facility that is currently there, and they have been able to kind of achieve hydrogen generation with about 40% efficiency. And as we go along, hopefully a year or 2 years, certainly this can come on par with other facilities, and then certainly probably it can also be scaled up, and we can have more throughput of hydrogen from this source in coming future. Next, please. Okay, so I have this here. Now it's working. The next center I want to discuss briefly about Center for Ganga. As I said, that this center has been very instrumental, kind of provide evidence-based or policies to Jal Shakti Mantralaya and National Center for Mission Ganga, and they were also partnering with a consortium of 7 IITs. One notable outcome, you can say, a knowledge that came out from this center was Aviral Ganga and Nirmal Ganga. So the concept of environmental flow for rivers, and primarily for river Ganges, shortly known as, has actually emanated from this center, and that has become part of river basin management across the country for large rivers like Ganga and MSME. See that the center acts not only as a repository of knowledge, but also acts as, I think, a knowledge center where it can help government to choose a variety of technological options when they're trying to set up either STP or WTP across bank of Ganga and other rivers. So that's also part of Kotaki School of Sustainability. Another area we are also slowly foraying into is the developing various climate technologies. As we know that what's happening, climate change is very much here. We have seen this year what is happening in different part of the country. Cities and hills are impacted alike, and there an important need is to provide these high resolution weather products, be it rainfall or temperature, to basically make our cities, our local bodies, our eco-sensitive regions more resilient, more adaptable to whatever changes we are seeing. So our faculty members, some of them are very good at it now. They are trying to basically bring all the techniques, be it statistical methods or artificial intelligence or physics-informed modeling simulations. And they are trying to create the kind of products I just talked about to then provide a whole set of risk assessments so that future infrastructure development or city plannings, etc., can be kind of managed based on that. And some of these technologies are already, as you see, that deployed to manage coastal agriculture field in Bangladesh, and many other such applications are coming forward as we move in future. As I said that the building, the Kotak building is going to be net zero compliant with regard to the most stringent compliance set up by LEED. And as part of that, we also have a good set of faculty members, and under their supervision, we have set of people who are currently working on to how to transform from the current, the kind of power which we are drawing from the grid to slowly migrate to totally renewable. And in that pursuit, we are currently working on. One thing which is we are going to act or do very soon is a pilot to kind of minimize or make a campus zero bio waste. So we are hoping to have a pilot, a biogas plant set up on campus very soon, which will try to take all the bio and food waste and convert into gases, and then mainly our basically that cooking gas, and that certainly will be supplied to all of residents for cooking and other purposes. At the same time, we are also collecting sufficient information about the water distribution, water leakage, loss, etc. So we also believe that if we are able to monitor energy consumption and water consumption and distribution at a very granular scale, I think that also will help us in reducing the losses of both energy and water. That's another thing we are working on basically currently. Okay. Finally, I will just talk about this new initiative, that is AI Center for Sustainable Cities. So the key idea, that the key theme for this center is basically to kind of develop these forecasting tools that can accurately predict the demand for urban sustainability. So that is what you see, that we have a demand forecasting that we did during the proof of concept stage of this COE when we were in the contest to get the COE. And now we are working on basis that decision support system, and then from there how we can get automated interventions that can be applied across various sectors in cities which are, as we know, are very complex system. So there are mainly 5 verticals. 4 are very active. One is, as you see, monitoring of infrastructure or air quality, creating twins, digital twins, or demand forecasting tools for urban mobility, digital twin for power and CNG, distribution. We are working very closely with Adani Total Gas and Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited. I will just show you some examples that the kind of models our faculty colleagues have developed for that. Then AI augmented tech stack for urban local bodies. And another vertical we are developing now is basically water, where we can develop digital twin for sewage treatment plants and water treatment plants, etc. So I will just show a couple of examples here. For example, one thing where we have created a large observatory for air quality monitoring is across, as you see, that state of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. And these red dots show you the current existing monitoring stations run by the 2 governments or the central government combined. About 100 monitors are currently deployed. And we were able to add about all indigenously integrated these scalable, cost-effective sensors across 1,380 blocks of these 2 states. And that were able to give us the kind of streaming data basis which we are creating many techs. For example, airshed configuration or hotspot detection, or the sources on a very dynamic basis which are contributing to this hotspot formation. And as I speak, we are working with IBM to create a very detailed, intelligent air quality stack, and hopefully we'll be deploying that in Lucknow by middle of next month to help Lucknow city officials for planning and deciding on the interventions to alleviate the air quality related issues in Lucknow. Second problem what we are working on is, we already have got some success here, is that we have created a first totally from scratch air quality sensor in the country. Is a part of Eravat Research Foundation effort, which is our IIT Delhi colleagues. IIT Delhi is a partner. They have created this first totally indigenous air quality sensor. As you see, the size of that sensor is just put basically next to a credit card, and that gives you an idea that it can be very just be or can be put in your pocket, and there are all kind of strengths that sensor brings in, and hopefully once it starts fabricating at a factory scale, we should have a lot larger network in coming days. The second, as I said, that problem we have been working on is to create these models, AI-based models for accurately forecasting the electricity demand at the sub-power station scale. So this is the model that is developed on the data given to us, to our colleagues from Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited. And as you see that I have just taken a short snippet of the data, that is the electricity demand for Mumbai city. And as you see that how well the model is able to predict vis-a-vis the observed demand over Mumbai. And hopefully we are very close in terms of predicting the electricity demand with respect to the commercial software. And hopefully in a month or two, this model will replace the commercial model, the commercial software which AEML currently uses for electricity demand forecasting in Mumbai city. And finally, our colleague from IIT Gandhinagar, they are working on basically again creating these AI-based tools for a very accurate hyperlocal forecasting of flood. And this is very important as you see that what's happening in our cities because of the climate change and because of many other issues, that flood has become so common and severely impacting people's movement and their activity. So there are three components of this effort. One is basically flood risk mapping, that taking that output from these physics-informed models and then passing it through an AI, you can say AI model. And that gives us a very good idea then what would be the drainage requirement. And finally, planning the flood mitigation plans, etc., that can help the city officials in future. And this is also currently deployed in Gandhinagar city. And there are 3-4 other cities which we are planning to deploy soon, which include Surat, Bhavnagar, and Kozhikode. The idea is that as we basically train these technologies, be it for energy or for flood or air quality, and slowly we'll like to basically take it to many cities as we go along. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And now I would request Professor Nitin Saxena, Dean of Wadhwani School of Artificial Intelligence, AI and Intelligence System, to kindly come forward and give the presentation.
Hello. So thank you for this opportunity to introduce my center and the school. So the talk, since I have only 10 minutes, so I'll just pitch what we do in the center or what we have been doing in the center and then what we are supposed to do in the school. So CDIS stands for Center for Developing Intelligent Systems. It has existed for around 3 years. I'll show you some of the projects, some of the flagship projects that we have. And the Wadhwani School of AI and Intelligent Systems is a school that was created in the presence of the Prime Minister 4 months ago. So this is generously funded by Wadhwani Foundation. It now contains CDIS center, some other new centers, and a new department, DIS, Department of Intelligence Systems. So that will be the academic extension of CDIS work, which is BTech program, MTech program, PhD program, faculty hiring, and the centers and the companies, including C3I Hub and ARF. Both these talks you have seen before me. They will be the implementation or implementing arms of the school. So I am the inaugural dean of this. So I'll pitch here some of the things that CDIS has been doing and which will be scaled up in the school. So CDIS is an R&D center within IIT Kanpur. It's a board-approved center. People who are here from the industry or from some government agencies, they will get an idea of the type of projects we have been developing and deploying. So we work, the development is in the translational readiness level, TRL levels 4 to 7. So 1 to 3 is the research part which happens in the lab, leads to a publication. 4 to 7 is the interesting part, where it goes outside the lab and it gets deployed somewhere. Up to 7, it gets actually deployed and used by people on a large scale. Beyond 7, 7 to 9, 8, 9 is the part where it is maintained and services are provided and repairing happens. So that we don't have the human resource for that, but we work in the range of 4 to 7. So we are one of the first such centers who are interested and can do TRL level 4 to 7. So that's the development part. The research part is whatever is required to achieve this. And along the way, the teaching happens of the students, especially MTech theses are written by these problem statements. And we obviously train and teach the engineers who are working full-time in the center. And also along the way, consultation happens. So we consult the government agencies, tell them how they can make their systems more efficient, tell them about the budget and the timelines, and what kind of AI models they should be using. We try to optimize that as well. So one of the flagship projects is this IGMS. So this is a project which is one of the preferred projects of the Prime Minister. It started with Ministry of Defense, and then PMO took it up, and now it runs in all the departments and the ministries of the central governments. State governments and local governments, local bodies at the city level also have access to it, but they are using it less. It's mostly the central government departments and ministries. It stands for Intelligent Grievances Management System. So this is just a snapshot of one part of the dashboard of IGMS. So the written material is probably too much for this short talk. So I'll just talk about the impact. So it is deployed for all central government departments since February 2023. It is used inside the PMO to evaluate what kind of grievances are appearing in India. Citizens are submitting grievances around 15,000 plus per week. So there is a lot of complaints, still not too many, because our population is 1.4 billion, and looking at the infrastructure, there should be more complaints. So it's still not attracting enough complaints, but 50,000 is still too much to manually read and understand. So the system actually reads it automatically and classifies it, characterizes it, extracts the summary, extracts gives the list of possible departments that should look into it and so on, manages the escalation and the whole life cycle of the grievance. It is implemented by now in most of the Indian languages, so it can actually read even handwritten material that is scanned and make sense out of it. IGMS++ is the app version of it. So there is an Android app which you can download from Play Store. Last I checked, it has been downloaded. It was released last 15th August 2024 by one of the ministers, I think Minister of S&T. And it has been downloaded by more than 5 lakh users. So this app is the version of the portal, the app version of IGMS, and you can submit photographs or scans or PDFs or audio into it. And similar things we customize and sell to other departments according to their need. So these are two main projects. There are some other projects. C4I is something to do with attacking drones, which you saw in the mini war that India and Pakistan had in the summers. So you saw that drones come in bulk and they are cheap drones. So you don't want to hit them with expensive missiles. You want to hit them with the cheapest missile, but the cheapest missile will not hit it perfectly. So you want to send many, many missiles and hit it. One drone, you send 10 missiles that are cheap. So that has to be modeled and that has to be done kind of automatically. So that is what we have been doing as a proof of concept for a big military firm. So that's called C4I. ECHS is the ex-servicemen contributory health scheme. So this is the health insurance for the military. So we are doing document analysis, anomaly detection, and other aspects of the bills that they submit. So this serves over 66 lakh health insurance beneficiaries. So I'll not go into the dashboard. This I can skip. So other military work is, the military has a historical archive division which has documents right from the time of British India. So from 1800s, at least from 1800s, there are documents of military history. So those things, as you can imagine, are old paper documents hidden somewhere in a library in Delhi. So that has been digitized, and that is now made digital and searchable. So this archive is created and maintained in CDIS. It's accessible to the public, and they can search in documents. They can ask for details of World War I or the military invasions that the British India Army did, and so on. So it has some 70 lakh pages of declassified records. It doesn't have secret records, but the records that have been declassified. So that is maintained. There is a big project which is used by the National Testing Agency and our big developer here is EY, Ernst & Young. So this is a tool for facial recognition and anomaly detection in the CCTV feed of the examination hall. Then you saw in the first 4 months, 3 months of this year, how big Mahakumbh was. So there also, obviously, we were involved, being so close to Mahakumbh physically. So the hospitals were run by CDIS software. The traffic also was, some advice was given on the traffic also, looking at the CCTV feed. CCTVs were being maintained, and social media monitoring dashboard was also working in CDIS for the state government, which would analyze the kind of things people are posting, tagging the Mahakumbh or related to the Mahakumbh. AI COE you already saw in the previous talk. This is the AI Center of Excellence for Sustainable Cities. So this is led by IIT Kanpur. It's a big consortium of around 20 institutes and public and private bodies. So here the verticals are, as you saw on the previous talk slide, it is to do with energy, with e-governance, with traffic, flash floods, and with air quality. So that's a big team which is building. So this is a COE which is worth 310 crores over the next 4 or 5 years, and it builds AI products for that purpose. The last is this National Health Authority project. This is also a flagship project, pretty old, 3 or 4 years old. This is being scaled. This is scaled up and maintained by Ernst & Young on behalf of CDIS. So here the initial business rules and the model which looks at the insurance bills that public submits to their state governments, whether those insurance bills are genuine or fraud. So it's a fraud detection system for health insurance bills of the citizens. And so there are by now there are some 50 business rules, which are, some of them are simple logic, some of them are ML models. And ultimately, if a bill is labeled or tagged as fraud, then it is manually checked. So every year in the parliament, it is announced how much money this saves. So last I heard, it has been saving the governments around 150 crores worth of insurance claims. Okay, so So yeah, I think this is enough for 10 minutes. If you have any questions, you can ask. And Ms. Shweta can share you the slides if some client is interested. Finally, this health stack is something that we are building with the funds of ICICI Foundation. So this health stack is for the state of UP for PHCs and CHCs. So there are many things which are going on in this. So telemedicine, something like the Practo app is being built, customized for the government doctors who sit in villages. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, sir. We hope these brief presentations have provided you with valuable insights into how these initiatives can serve as a platform for meaningful engagement. It's been wonderful sharing these moments with you. Now let me welcome my co-host, Ms. Ishita Gupta, to kindly take the event forward. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Shweta. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Ishita Gupta, your host for the upcoming sessions. And once again, on behalf of IIT Kanpur, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for being a part of Samanvay 2025. We are now set to begin our series of thought-provoking discussions where industry leaders, innovators, and academicians come together to explore how collaboration can accelerate innovation. Our first panel of the day is titled Co-Inventing the Future, Translational Research in Artificial Intelligence, Sustainability, and Cybersecurity. This discussion explores how cutting-edge research can be translated into impactful real-world solutions. By blending the strengths of academia and industry, we can accelerate innovation in artificial intelligence, sustainable technologies, and cybersecurity, 3 domains that will define India's future growth and resilience. To lead this conversation, it is my privilege to welcome Professor Ashutosh Modi, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Kanpur, to kindly come forward and take his seat on the stage. Joining him are an outstanding group of panelists who bring diverse expertise and perspectives. I request them to join us on the stage as I introduce them one by one. Our first panelist is Mr. Yogesh Kumar, Vice President of Technology and India Engineering Center Leader at Wabtec Corporation. Mr. Kumar leads a strong engineering organization with more than 450 people at Wabtec India. He is a certified Six Sigma Black Belt and is honored by the late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam with GE India's Pillar Award. Welcome, Mr. Kumar. Our next panelist is Mr. Hirak Mitra, Vice President and Head of the Hindalgo Innovation Center. Mr. Mitra has more than 24 years of experience in operations, process technology, project management, and innovation. He is a seasoned chemical engineer, a patent holder, and an accomplished researcher. We are glad to have you, Mr. Mitra. Our next panelist is Mr. Abhishek Lahiri, Vice President and Head of Government Affairs at MasterCard. Mr. Lahiri is a seasoned policy and public affairs leader with nearly 25 years of experience across fintech, payments, e-commerce, and emerging technologies. His background spans banking, consulting, development, giving him a unique perspective on how policy can truly enable innovation. Welcome, Mr. Lahiri. Next, we have Mr. Anand Kumar Sinha, researcher and business leader. Mr. Sinha is an esteemed alumnus of IIT Kanpur, who brings deep expertise in trading, technology, and strategy. In his most recent accomplishment, he helped Citadel Securities launch the APAC crypto business and India operations. Your alma mater is honored to welcome you, Mr. Sinha. We are also joined by Mr. Anand Srivastav, Vice President and Global Service Line Lead for Applications at DXC Technology. Mr. Srivastav is a technology executive with more than 25 years of experience leading AI-driven transformation across industries. At DXC, he heads a global team of 25,000 professionals, delivering application modernization, development, and testing services. Welcome, Mr. Srivastav. It is my pleasure to now welcome Mr. Parthasarthi Basu, Vice President and Head of Strategy and M&A, Jubilant Ingravia. Mr. Basu has more than 18 years of diverse experience. He has built has built and scaled businesses across healthcare, technology, consumer, and chemical sectors. He is known for combining sharp execution with an innovation-first mindset. We are honored to welcome you, Mr. Basu. Our final panelist is Mr. Pramod Kumar, General Manager, Corporate R&D, Center of Hindustan Petroleum Corporation. Mr. Kumar has more than 24 years of experience in petroleum refining, sustainable technologies, and catalyst development. An esteemed alumnus of IIT Kanpur with over 30 patents to his credits. His work continues to push the boundaries of energy efficiency and cleaner fuels. Your alma mater is honored to welcome you, Mr. Kumar. Let's have a big round of applause for all our panelists. Thank you, everyone. Now, I would hand over this session to Professor Modi.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the introduction. So I think this morning, is everyone able to hear me? Back, are you able to hear me? Yeah, so since the morning you have been hearing like a lot of things, and I guess everyone now knows that we are standing at the cusp of a very big change going to come into the society, and sort of keywords which are going to bring about this change is AI, cybersecurity, and sustainability. And today we are honored to have like esteemed panelists who are coming from various sectors, and they are the ones who are actually going to bring making use of all these technologies. And I'm sure many of you, including the students, are sort of kind of intrigued by various questions related to these three areas that we have been talking since morning. And via this panel discussion, we'll try to sort of seek answers to some of these questions. So, and I'm also sort of very curious to know many of answers more from the perspective of industry, because I've been working from in the academia, and so I see that perspective. But in the industry, I'm sure there would be many other things which are ongoing. So for this, I've sort of prepared sort of questions from my side, and towards the end, we'll also have audience questions. So if anyone is sort of curious to know more things, then we can give it to the audience. So maybe I'll start with my, given the time constraint we have, I've been told that we are running behind almost by half an hour, so I'll try to keep things a bit short. So yeah, so as we have been hearing about all these technologies, so my question is like, what is the most promising recent breakthrough in, let's say, AI, cybersecurity, and sustainability? Any of the panelists would like to take it over?
So I'll take a crack at it, but that's a very loaded question, summarizing all the breakthroughs that have been happening, which have made the impact. But at AI, or before we get into the breakthrough, has been the forcing function for all of these breakthroughs. The forcing function has been innovation, the quest for continuous improvement, efficiency, really solving the problems which have never been solved before. So when you look at AI, and the speaker before us, we heard Herrick, he talked about there is a paradigm shift happening from AI perspective, that you have this pattern matching to now moving to reasoning. And the algorithms are becoming more and more intelligent, and I call them, they are becoming more multimodal. And when I say multimodal, these algorithms initially were trained on making sense out of natural languages, text, but now you can connect text, audio, video, scientific data, and make sense out of them. That has been, in my view, a big change or shift happening in AI. When you look at this algorithm breakthrough happening, what does it lead to? It leads to then different domains you can expand to. And when we look at the multimodal algorithms, you think about the complex problems, and one of the complex problem, in fact, that it has been a topic in medical science to recognize or predict protein sequencing, or how does a protein fold, and based on the fold, you have different outcomes or responses. So the medical industry is actually benefiting with this in a huge way, and that's why you have the drugs which can come out. Now we can imagine every 6 months or 12 months a drug coming out, and a small company affording the research for bringing a new drug. Similar is the case with the coatings in materials. You can have multiple combinations of material tested in a virtual environment. Similar is the case, I think you can keep going on in agriculture and so forth. So that's the second natural evolution happening in terms of expanding the domains. And when I look at the third aspect of AI breakthroughs, there are a lot of integrations for AI happening in the products. And that's where real outcomes actually come. So we have few examples. Even in web tech, we have integrated AI in a product called Trip Optimizer. And we are able to save a lot of fuel from that. You have a lot of products where you have improved the efficiency or productivity. So there is a lot of integration into the products happening. And then in terms of AI breakthroughs, the last thing is really the integrated learning for multiple stakeholders. Today, AI has been trained in a way that it can recognize the weaknesses or the areas of development for the mentee or a student, and it can actually adapt to the styles of the student. So there have been actually multiple such breakthroughs in multiple domains, I'll say, on AI. And maybe last comment on cyber security. Cyber security, it is, so any AI has to be a responsible and trustworthy development. Otherwise, it does not work. The world is actually moving towards never trust, always verify. And it is actually being integrated in the AI models. The other thing I'll say is there are chips which are coming up with the integrated security. And what I mean with the integrated security is there are encryptions actually embedded into the chips. So there are multiple breakthroughs which we can see happening, which are creating real impact.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I can relate with some of those applications and domains. So does anyone else want to?
The sustainability, what is happening from the petroleum refining industry, so which we know like it's not changing too fast. But now if you see the goal of the sustainability, like if you see the petroleum refineries, right? It produces fuels, but the petrochemical intensity for a typical refinery is hardly 5 to 6%. That means only 5 to 6% of the petrochemicals are coming from the refinery. But now there is a demand of the petrochemicals and the demand of the fuels are coming down. So at HPCL, we have innovated a technology which converts crude to chemicals in a single step, and we are able to go up to 55% of the petrochemical intensity. That's a kind of unique innovation we have done. And as a company, we are investing more than 200 crores to put up a demo. That's one part. 4 point. If you see the refineries, we produce hydrogen from the methane. Now to produce, just to give a number, to produce 1 ton of the hydrogen, we are emitting 9 tons of the CO2. That's lead to the lot of emissions of the CO2. So we developed a very unique technology wherein we don't require any water, we don't emit any CO2. So the methane gets converted into hydrogen, and a very premium carbon we call carbon nanotube that has a wide application starting from batteries, sensors and others. So those are the kind of sustainable technologies we are developing.
That's a very good example of the technologies merging together and trying to solve a problem which could never be solved. I think you wanted to...
I just wanted to quickly add one point. With 900 million internet subscribers and more, trust is a factor which is very paramount in digital payments, right? And the organization where I come from, for every time you swipe a card at a POS terminal or any kind of shop, we send a real-time score to the bank which has issued you that credit card. And we call it decision intelligence in our parlance. It's nothing but an AI solution which ensures that the bank knows that a bona fide person to whom the card belongs is actually swiping the card at the post office. So that the bank can take a decision in a well-informed manner, totally up to the bank to decline that transaction, but we facilitate those signals to ensure that there is total transparency on who owns the card, where the card is being swapped, and whether the merchant is in some kind of blacklisted category or not. So that's what the magic of AI is in the world of.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine the kind of transactions that MasterCard deals with on daily basis and need such things. But customers are sort of safe and yeah, so yeah, that's very interesting. And so this also sort of makes me think like, I mean, on the industry side, you're doing a lot of things, and on the academia side, we are developing new technologies, sort of prototyping, not exactly deploying them. So how do you think like industry and academia should come close together? Because so, AI has its beginning from academia, right? I mean, before actually you started deploying all these technologies have been developed in academia. So what do you think, like, what should be a good way of like both coming together so that everyone benefits? One want to?
I would definitely like to add to that. And it's a great question. And thank you for helping us with the new breakthroughs that are happening. But again, what we have to realize is that the scientific temper has to match the market realities. And that has to be aided by the policy decision, the regulatory things around us. And then a continuous feedback and delivered so that we are continuously investing between academia and industry what is relevant. In my opinion, uh, embedded commercialization, right at the start of R&D, we need to think about how does this translate of taking it to. Otherwise, we believe that a lot of things will happen, but then, like the MIT report project now said, 95% of what we invested in the last 12 to 20 months has not seen the real fruit of it. The second thing, in my opinion, is about strategic networks. Now, by strategic networks, and I think Yogi ji kind of summed it up very beautifully today, where he said that he was partnering with IIT Kanpur to a lot of COVID times and all of that. And I think it's a 3x to industry and the government, the triple helix, so to say, which has to come together to form that strategic core, take it forward. And the last one that I would say possibly is about the knowledge transfer, because the talent resides with academia. But that talent has to be industry, enterprise, understand the business problems for the two worlds to match. And there has to be a continuous dialogue. So I loved the presentations that were happening right before us, because they were the real examples of how the hands are being shaken together in a better way today, create those joint center of excellence, and those are the potential solutions which will reduce the gap between a model in a lab to a model which is deployable and.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean, I sort of agree with what you are saying. That sort of mindset also has to come both on the both sides, academia as well as the industry, because traditionally have been sort of some sense. Yeah. So that brings me to other question. Like, okay, so academia is developing these prototypes and these sort of small scale models, and let's say I from academia come to you and give you these models. So you want to sort of make them larger scale and deploy them. So what sort of challenges have you faced in various domains? Like, you want to.
So see, I'm a manufacturing guy, so and also working in R&D. So based on my experience in manufacturing as well as R&D, So I could experience a set of challenges which is coming when you want to move from the lab scale to the pilot scale and finally to the commercial. The first important thing which comes into my mind while working in this, that if you not rightly capture the voice of customer, the VOC, then the entire project and entire movement probably is not going to the light. Because what customer wants, I can have a lot of thinking in my mind, a lot of innovation, but what exactly customer wants, I need to deliver on that. That should be the first point. And second important, that the scalability factor. See, at the beginning of the project, if I don't address the actual scalability I'm looking for, or maybe my customer is looking for, then probably what kind of designers make, again, it will be suffer while moving from one direction to another direction. And third important point, when you're talking about the scalability, so it should be designed for manufacturability. Ultimately, industry, when will be coming, taking up your project, they should be able to deliver in a large scale. And most of the cases, we also find that today when you are doing this innovation, most of the innovation coming to a greenfield, but so many of innovation is also coming to the brownfield expansion, where there is an existing setup, existing plant. And the importance is that the new innovation which is coming up, that should be having an opportunity to retrofit in the existing setup. So the process integration is the important part. So that should be also looked into at the very beginning of the research project. Fourth one is always an important that sometimes being a researcher, sometimes being an innovation person, we always be in our emotions. So I have to develop a very complex solution which can be a great solution in the world. But we need to know that here we are not working for I. Here we are working for we. Because there is an entire chain of people in that project. So starting from the research person, then there is a project manager, program manager, then your business leader, and at the end of the chain, there is a customer. So what you are designing, what you are delivering, it is for this entire chain. And now the important factor is one more is coming, which I faced is most important factor. So when you try to collaborate with educational institution, academia, and the business or maybe the industry they want, the difference coming out in the timeline. The industry is always running behind the time. So many cases happen that it should have been done yesterday. So when you are approaching to the academia, the timeline, time to market, that is the most important thing in the mind. So unless we address this timeline, then probably we are going to miss the bus. Because when the new innovation coming, your customer wants something that has to be launched at the right time in the market. But if you are not able to find out the solution at that right time, then probably the situation is gone. And you are not going to come out with the right moment and the right solution to the business. So your maybe the industry partner, they will not be interested in coming to that line. And when you are developing new process or new product, sometimes it can be a complex one, maybe the state of the art from the world. But what industry is looking for is the most cost-effective solution. So you need to design the system in such a way, it can be scaled up in a very easy way. The raw materials, maybe the input can be sourced very easily. The supply chain partner, the logistic can be available easy way. So then only it can give you a solution. And at the end, most importantly, the regulation, the compliance, and your freedom to operate, which is the FTO. I can take a 1 hour example. In a recent, we are launching a new product, trying to develop a new product, and we are approaching one of the country in Europe, one of the education organization, they are famous for that. But when you tied up, you signed our NDA and moved away, then you realize that in that country, for that particular product, there is a license which is restricting us. So unless we crack that license, then no movement can happen. So in my opinion, these are some of the important steps to take care.
Let me add to that.
So I think I agree with thing, but I call it classical, Ashutosh, this as a valley of death, right? And the reason being that the academia operates from a publish or perish, right? And industry operates from a ship or shut mindset. I need to make a product commercial out, or I need to shut it down, right? Now that is the chasm has to be, right? And that will happen, as Hirak was rightly pointing out, by saying that you bring the swim upstream, right? The R&D phase. figure out what is the product fit, what section of society, industry cater to, what kind of populations it will be worked on. I'll give you a real-time example. And we were doing this with a partner for healthcare for a hospital chain in US. And when did the simulations in a controlled environment, we had a 95% model fitment. I was super happy that we have cracked it. But the moment we handed over to the hospital, the entire model stopped because the real life data is very messy. Hence, if we make those safeguards, if we start with that mindset that has to be not a publish or perish and not a ship or shut, but something, I think we'll end up creating solutions which are world class. And I believe so that most of it will come from India itself because we have the biggest data set of 1.4 billion people.
I completely agree. Like it's more like when academia is working on a problem, they should be also made aware of the reality. Then do the that completely makes.
I think I will be raising what, but coming from a manufacturing industry, that at least is of scale up. Count a lot of not visual and that up while maintaining. That's why for industry we have R&D and at always have new learning. So I think for to kind of partner with an industry, they need to kind of think through the entire journey, solve problems that. Give an example in a chemical powders, right? Problems of say cleanness, or when we realized that we were producing a very high product and but it the way to the customer, transportation, the material which you transport, how do you transport temperature can polymerize in the way else. But no one would think of that, as a part of the problem because we will think only manufacturing part. So, but manufacturing plus the customer side perspective. Problem statement.
So actually, answers also sort of like academia side. A lot of students, has some student done some sort of which was sort of large scale industrial kind of, and they actually deployed it. Is there any student want to add? Can someone give him?
Hello. 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 Everyone. Department of. I am a PhD student, the department. Professor Nishant. So I got the opportunity to work on the epigram real-time repository, which is actually a grievance portal where any citizen from the India can file their grievances which relate to their local issues, the department level issues. So this portal is launched in 2007, and with time it improved, but still it lacked. It have some number of issues. For example, there is no spam detection, urgent grievance detection. There is no a feature which is related to the bulk identification or the repeat identification and to find the recurrent issues. And there are some. It does not have any rich dashboard which will help to make their policies, and they are lacking the information which is hovering in the actual local places. So they are lacking the awareness of the local information. So under Professor Nishish Srivastav, I got this opportunity, and with my teammates, we develop a system on the top of CPgram data, which is named as Intelligent Grievance Management. So it has number of features, such as classification algorithm, which segregate the grievance from spam, urgent, and general. And also it has the bulk campaign identification, and also to identify the repeat as well. And there is a feature named as a root cause analysis. It is helpful to identify the recurrent issues which is in there in this huge data of CPgrams. And we developed a module named as AI report generation. So it accepts a huge amount of data, which is for the monthly. So monthly or weekly, it will accept the data, and it will automatically generate you the AI report, which have the summary of that particular data, and it has some provide the recurrent categories of that particular in that time frame. Another feature of this IGMS system is we develop a semantic search engine. So it accepts a natural language query, and it provide a cluster of grievances which is related. This feature is a semantic search engine. So it accepts a natural language query of the user. So with the help of this particular natural language query, it will generate a cluster of grievances, which is related to that particular query. So it is not actually a keyword searching algorithm, but apart from that, it will semantically match the query from the grievances. And apart from the grievance text, also get the insights from the documents, attached document, which is the actual evidence of the grievance. It will work on that as well. And actually, any person from the India can file the grievance in this CPgram system. So the impact of this system. So this is that's it. Right.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I mean, this is a good example of how academia could sort of and deploy like large scale.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is deployed and used across the ministry, government of India.
I have one just. The professor should have consumer done something not that popular in people and story. Yeah.
I are already working on the consumer.
Super. You're there.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot.
So my company is training the cybersecurity AI. BSc science to BTech in computer science engineering and specialization in cybersecurity, data science, AI, ML, something like that. So we are the partnering companies, different. My question is, as you guys are industry leaders, what is the current scenario of you taking as a fresher student from the colleges? Because we face very much problem with the current style in the traditional colleges, because students in the traditional colleges are not able to match the industry criteria, right? Every college has this problem, not IIT or something. Talking about the private colleges and private universities. So my simple question is how you guys will be suggesting companies like us, training companies, or the new age colleges, or the training companies like us to open a new college, something like that. So how we can meet these fresh college and fresh graduates to industry needs? What we train, what we teach actually. So that is my question.
Panelist.
It's actually a great question, perhaps ties to talk about. What you are talking about is a gap bridge strategy. That gap exists not only in colleges, no matter where you hire from, colleges, and most after they hire, and the expectation that this active, and the deeper the industry, fine for what has happened, unfortunately, that we far greater than what it was 5 years. In fact, it is far greater than what it was being even 1 year ago. The expectation on most out of they are already a great question. Now, I think this is that has to be one internationally that some universities extended 6 months rounds for that could be one strategy. But ultimately, it is also on the student to realize that why they will be working in because they have learned something 5 years. So inculcating that attitude of learning on the spot. Now, how you bring it into work is a question which perhaps over. One is that. And the other thing which also a very important how they and the nature of coursework in no matter where it is that they try to reduce the ambiguity. Whereas when you go into the workforce, now at IIT Kanpur, obviously, and I'm sure somebody is clarifying the ambiguity. That is already happening. How do you is a question that is answered, but the solution has to come from these two areas where ambiguity and students are continuing whatever they have learned. That's clear.
Just to add a perspective, in fact, it's not just students. There's a thing called upskilling, applicable to all of us. People has heard that session is that your 30-year life years kind of. So the question asked, by the way, is college group. Nowadays, for the middle management, like do ups on the healthcare. Somebody wants to retrain on, say, somebody is a lab technician. They want to be retrained as, let's say, a MRI technician. So, requisite degree, they can get their training done, right? They give you exposure to digital. So, again, I agree with what Anand said that for a student, the question is a function of many things, right? But what I'm trying to put together is that, look, this question, what you ask is applicable to us and alone.
I just want to add a point there from.
Give you a lot of time.
Yeah,
don't want to stand in between the audience and the lunch, right? So we just maybe I'll cut short and I'll try to move towards a question. Perhaps this might be the final question. So this is more with regard to that we have. So I mean, most of the AI technologies that we are seeing are coming from US or China, and the technologies are developed in context of those countries. And India has its own unique problems, and obviously the solutions have to be customized according to that and have to be made according to. So what do you think, what are the opportunities that you see in Indian setting that will enable or that would require change all these technologies like AI, cyber?
That's a very interesting and a very vast subject. I think when Dr. Ben from TCS was talking about AI sustainability as well as cyber security, right? And what has happened in operations and so on, so forth. But now we have seen what is happening in the world with regards to America putting 50% tariff on India and so on, so forth. And India, bless the Indian government, we have not budged an inch. The reason being that we are being protective of our agriculture and dairy sector. And in my opinion, amongst many other things, the AI biggest impact will be felt in the 700 million farmers that are there, right? From giving them information on what crops to grow, how much water to use, how to prevent it from getting infested by pests, right? Those kind of interventions that the technology will provide to the last level will also allow them not only increase the productivity, but also enhance the food security of 1.4 billion people across the globe. And you rightly said that there are a lot of inventions happening in the US or Western world. But you look at UPI, rest of the world looks at us and says, you guys did something phenomenal with it, right? But with UPI, I think there's a next step now. Because a hawker on the street, a vegetable seller on the street using UPI is now creating transactions where we have to create AI algorithms which help the credit worthiness of that person, so that even outside of the non-classical transaction platforms, they are able to raise money, they are able to grow their businesses. So I think amongst many others, if I had to pick two, I would say AI powered in agriculture and the financial inclusion and credit worthiness, leveraging what we have done with UPI.
Thanks a lot. So, yeah, so I think got a message that we need to sort of share. Sorry for that. So, any final remarks from, or just like maybe 30-second pitch?
30 seconds?
Yeah.
So, I leave you with the three thoughts. One, AI is exciting. There is no choice, but we have to follow. But there is one big problem, that it is energy intensive. I think we should all look at what can we optimize at the edge level versus the cloud GPU level. Then the sustainability. Sustainable technology is expensive. It requires infrastructural changes. Somebody spoke about it. How can we make it at least neutral or maybe little less expensive, little more expensive than the current technology? At the same time, people should be able to adopt with the minimal changes in the infrastructure. That's where we have to go. And I think the third piece is about cyber. We all have to think in terms of system. We cannot be just the code designer or the software designer. And that's where you can protect the system, and which people can reliably, responsibly, and use with trust.
Thanks a lot.
That one thing that we all suffer from one disease called productocytosis. We keep producing a bunch of products. Pressure to innovative as well. Watch out that space. AI has got multiple use cases. We have just scratched the surface. In financial inclusion is one area where AI is really doing wonders. Access to credit gap is a problem statement which the fintech industry is grappling with. UPI is the answer to that, and credit on UPI is a feature which government is promoting in a big way, and that is where AI is going to ensure that the overall fintech ecosystem is resilient, financially secured, safe, something which the country of 1.4 billion trusts.
Just I would like to add that, so whatever we do, whether we are talking about AI development in some of the areas where there is a big success, but if you look into the manufacturing, it's still a long way to go. A lot of things to be done because it is still a traditional approach and people don't believe unless it is giving end-to-end result. So whatever innovation we do, we have to do it from end-to-end perspective. We cannot do some sporadic research and saying that this is working because it is not long-lasting. That's what I wanted to say.
So now maybe last.
And okay. About the AI, like refinery is a hub of data. So if this AI can be clubbed with the refinery data to make it sustainable operation, I think we can do a great service to the country.
Yeah, so one thing that I thought I'll share with the students. When I graduated, the amount of time it took for most students coming out of IIT to add value to the economy was at least 3-4 years. You took your time to understand what you really wanted to do. The pace of industry was slow. And this is for students who are very hardworking. I think this is a great time. If I was in this generation, I would probably be very curious as to what I would be doing once I left IIT. And even within the IIT, I would be planning what kind of impact I would be able to create, given how much is possible just by the power of thought. So for the students, I think no age has been better than this. And there was an era of navigation where West started circumnavigating and they built great discoveries on top of that. Some of the greatest scientific discoveries happened when the Eastern knowledge moved to West, albeit unknown to the modern scientific literature. So similarly, this is a great era for East, and I think some of the things that were previously possible in the West because of the resourcing, that entire monopoly has been shattered with the cloud, with AI, and with the level of training that one can achieve just by staying curious and using some of the technologies that are available. So I think this is a very encouraging time, and for everybody here and perhaps listening to me, just stay curious and do not be in a situation where you think that just because you are not in the right room, you cannot do great things. Anyone at this point has the opportunity to build a great business starting at this. Thank you.
So I would probably end it by saying I envy all the 20. Hello? Because we are on the other side of the fence. We'll be around when you guys create those new things. But I agree with him that that spirit of curiosity, we don't anymore need coders. I will, in a year's time, not need a Python and a Java coder. What you should aspire to become is the builder of tomorrow, right? Somebody who appreciates architectures, somebody who appreciates the business outcome orientation, somebody who's able to analyze what the problem statement is, what domain it lies in, and always stay close to a technology and a domain intersection. And I think you guys will do wonders. And next time we'll be sitting there hearing what the wonders that you guys have done. So all the very best, and thank you, Mr. Modi, for having us.
Yeah, and final remarks by Mr. Basu.
Two messages. I think one is, given that you have AI at your disposal, take the right problem to solve. There are a lot of startups chasing a lot of questions which kind of get dissolved in the next version of ChatGPT and AI models. I think, and secondly, at the end of the day, AI is a tool, right? As human beings would still need food, cars will be manufactured. Manufacturing is not going away. How do you use a tool to kind of simplify and solve the problems ultimately impact you? So think of, and hence it comes at the first point, think of the right problem to solve in your endeavor ahead.
Thanks a lot. So I think we'll have to conclude this session. Thanks a lot to the panelists. Maybe we can give a big round of applause to the panelists. And yeah, I mean, as all of them said, we are in very interesting times. This is for the first time that a student from 12th class can build a startup just in a matter of weeks, actually. This kind of things we have never witnessed previously in the history. So, I mean, especially for the students, make the best use of this time, and because a big change is coming, and you need to sort of take advantage of this upcoming change. Thanks a lot.
Thank you to our panelists and to Professor Modi for such an insightful discussion. I would now request Professor Amey Karkare, Dean of Resources and Alumni, IIT Kanpur, to kindly join us on the stage and felicitate our panelists. Mr. Yogesh Kumar. Mr. Hirak Mitra. Mr. Abhishek Lahiri. Mr. Anand Kumar Sinha. Mr. Anand Srivastav. Mr. Parthasarthi Basu. Mr. Pramod Kumar. Thank you, Professor Karkare. May I please request you to now felicitate Professor Modi? Requesting everyone to kindly take a step forward for the group photograph. Thank you very much. We will now take a short break of 30 minutes for lunch as we are running a bit late. Students, please proceed to the area on the left-hand side and dignitaries to the community center. The cabs are waiting outside the auditorium for the pickup and drop of dignitaries. I request everyone to kindly reconvene here at 2:40 p.m. sharp for a special segment and the next 2 panel discussions for the day. Thank you.
We are waiting for some of our guests to arrive from the lunch. We will begin again in another 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I trust you had a pleasant lunch and some really good conversations. Before we move to our next two panel discussions, it is now time for a special segment where we take a moment to celebrate our corporate partners whose vision and generosity have enabled IIT Kanpur to create a lasting impact. Today, we recognize their commitment to the betterment of society, and we sincerely thank them for choosing IIT Kanpur as a partner in their journey. I would request Professor Manindra Agrawal, Director IIT Kanpur, to kindly join us on the stage and confer the honor on our corporate partners. The first honor in this journey goes to Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited for its pivotal role in establishing the Kotak School of Sustainability, aimed to excel in sustainability education, research and innovation, technology development, entrepreneurship, and outreach. The school will spearhead the development of holistic end-to-end technology solutions for sustainable development for a healthy planet and species. I would now invite Mr. Ankur Khare, Vice President, Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited, to kindly join us on the stage. Thank you, sir. Next in this journey, we honor IBM India's generous support towards establishing the academic block at the Gangwal School of Medical Sciences and Technology. This initiative will serve as a cornerstone for cutting-edge medical research, interdisciplinary collaboration, and high-quality education. I would now request Mr. Deepesh Bhargav, Program Director, and Mr. Ayush Chaudhary, HR Head, Lucknow Region from IBM India, to kindly join us on the stage and receive this honor. Thank you, sir. Moving on, we felicitate HDFC Bank Limited. Their contribution has made possible the Emergency and Trauma Care Center at the Yadupati Singhania Super Specialty Hospital, bringing world-class trauma care within reach of crores in this region. May I invite Zonal Head, Mr. Sanjeev Kaushik, Gaurav Sah, Zonal Head Retail Branch Banking, and Mr. Arvind Singh, Regional Head CSR from HDFC Bank, to kindly join us. Thank you, sir. Mr. Kaushik, may I please request you to share a few words on this partnership with IIT Kanpur?
Hi, it's a pleasure to be in such an august gathering. And for the purpose that it's a formal event, I thought I'll just pen down my words. So a very good afternoon to all, one and all, honorable delegates, distinguished faculty members of IIT Kanpur, dignitaries, esteemed colleagues, members of the medical fraternity, and dear guests. It is indeed an honor and privilege for HDFC Bank to be a part of this historic occasion, the inauguration of this state-of-the-art hospital at IIT Kanpur. On behalf of HDFC Bank, I extend my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister for his gracious presence and for his steadfast commitment to strengthening the healthcare ecosystem of Uttar Pradesh. At HDFC Bank, we believe that healthcare is the backbone of national development. No society can truly progress without strong, reliable, and accessible medical infrastructure. That is why our flagship CSR program, Parivartan, we have sought to contribute meaningfully to health care across the country. Through HDFC Bank Parivartan, we have outreached more than 10.5 crore rural lives across the country, benefiting more than 10,430 villages. In state of Uttar Pradesh, HDFC Bank Parivartan has impacted lives of more than 2.3 crore people. Currently, we are present in every part of India, that is 28 states and 8 union territories. It gives me great pride to share that HDFC Bank Parivartan, we have extended our support to fund the emergency and trauma care within the hospital, which will be critical facility designed to provide immediate and advanced medical care. Equipped with modern infrastructure and expert medical staff, this will not only serve IIT Kanpur community, but also benefit thousands of people across from surrounding regions. I reaffirm HDFC Bank's commitment to continue working towards upliftment of communities through this initiative in healthcare, education, livelihood, and sustainability. As we stand here today, inaugurating not only a hospital, but also a hub of healing, hope, and healthier future, the Emergency and Trauma Center funded by HDFC Bank Parivartan is our humble contribution to this vision. We believe that every life saved here, every patient treated with care, every family that finds relief will be a true measure of success for this initiative. On behalf of HDFC Bank, I assure you that we will continue to partner with institutions, government, communities to create lasting impact. We hope this stands as a beacon of care, compassion, and excellence, where every life saved becomes a reminder of what collectively we will and partnership can achieve. With this note, I would like to conclude that together, let us build a healthier, safer, and strong Bharat. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik. Next, we felicitate Citadel Securities India Markets Private Limited, their contribution to establishing the T3I Lab, Translational and Transformative Training and Investigations Lab at the CSE department to increase department's capacity in the interconnected areas of high-performance computing. May I please invite Mr. Gustav Eriksson, Chief Operating Officer, Citadel Securities, to kindly join us on the stage.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you all for hosting us today. It's been a wonderful day, and I think it's, if anything, from a CSR perspective, we're spoiled for choice on what we can support. There's so many great initiatives that are being run at IIT Kanpur. A bit about Citadel Securities and sort of why we're passionate about this project. So we describe ourselves as a next-generation capital markets firm. But I think it's fair to say that we're as much a technology firm as we are a capital markets firm. And so in that sense, R&D and technical innovation are really our lifeblood, and it's also the source of our competitive advantage. So when we think of the core of our business, it's really around quantitative research. And in fact, we actually rely extensively on AI and ML. We have more technologists at our firm than we have traders. So we're really a technology company in some respects, masquerading as a capital markets firm. We as a firm are very highly committed to India. We've been in the market for quite some time. We're one of the larger market participants here. And I think we see India both as a market opportunity, but also as a source of talent and a source of innovation for us. I think it therefore makes us incredibly proud to be able to support IIT Kanpur and the T3I Lab, because I think it reflects two things that are very close to us. One, our belief in supporting innovation through research. And secondly, our long-term commitment to India, innovation in India. So I think with that in mind, we consider it a privilege and look forward to our continued partnerships. Much to the team at IIT Kanpur, letting us be a part of this very exciting project.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Erickson. Next, we have Portiscap India Private Limited, a long-standing partner of IIT Kanpur. Their support has powered translational research projects such as left ventricular assist device, life and limb, and percutaneous ventricular assist device, creating solutions that improve lives and advance innovation. May I invite Mr. Dheeraj Saxena, Director and Head R&D, to kindly accept the honor. Mr. Saxena, request you to please share a few words on this partnership.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, to faculty here, director, for awarding this to Portiscap. We are part of Regal Rexnord Corporation, and our vision is to build a better tomorrow by efficiently converting power into motion. We support disability, okay, and we are working with IIT Kanpur over the last 7 years. Now it's a long journey. We have seen some products out in the market now. Very excited to see that it is going to go and impact masses. So ultimately, how can we impact masses through these contributions? This technology development is the aim of CSR. So I'm thankful to director and the faculty here, the team here. Probably it's the best team in India to faster make products. Okay, so keep up this work which you are doing, trying to bring new products to market. How it can be breakthrough is another story, and definitely it's going to be breakthrough. I have seen a lot of patents last time also, but definitely product design and development focus of IIT is going to be game changing for India and the world. So congratulations to IIT team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Saxena. Our next felicitation is for TAR Research Capital, Market India Private Limited, whose support to the Center for Developing Intelligent Systems has been critical in advancing research in artificial intelligence and intelligent systems. Requesting Mr. Tanuj Mishra, Director, and Ms. Chahat Baveja, Lead CSR from Tower Research, to kindly join us on the stage and receive the honor. Mr. Mishra, may I please invite you to join us and share a few words?
A very good afternoon, all the faculty members, corporate delegates, friends, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Tower Research, I am deeply honored to accept this felicitation from IIT Kanpur and CDIS. The partnership of IIT Kanpur and Tower Research started few years back, and it was truly on the belief of that technology can bring social impact change, meaningful social impact change. So through our CSR support, it has been our privilege to back projects that go beyond research and deliver real impact. As Professor Nitin mentioned in the first session, that few of the projects that we are working on with CDIS have created lot of mild impact on the intelligent grievance management serving, AI Center for Excellence and Sustainable Cities, hospital management system used during the Mahakumbh. So each of these reflects the visionary leadership of IIT Kanpur and billions of CDIS. For Tower, this collaboration reaffirms our belief that when academia and industry come together, the outcomes can reach millions of lives. We are proud of what we have achieved together and even more excited about what lies ahead. Thank you for this honor and letting Tower to be a part of this inspiring journey. Thank you so much, IIT Kanpur.
Thank you, sir. Our next felicitation is for Waptec Corporation. Their partnership with IIT Kanpur has driven impactful innovations under the Material Safety in Railways project, focusing on improving railway safety, extending the life of tracks and wagons, and reducing maintenance cost, creating real value for both industry and society. May I please request Mr. Manoj Bhalerao, Principal Engineer, and Mr. Yogesh Kumar, Vice President of Technology from Waptec Corporation, to kindly come forward and receive this honor. Sure, sure. Thank you. Next, we honor IPM India Wholesale Trading Private Limited for their support towards the Design and Development Center at Rosie Shiksha Kendra. This initiative empowers unemployed youths in villages through vocational training and placement support, opening pathways to employment and entrepreneurship. It is a meaningful step towards rural livelihood creation and socio-economic upliftment. May I please invite Ms. Smita Joshi, Regulatory Affairs, and Ms. Rakhi Ghosh, Lead of Sustainability and ITP Engagements, and Ms. Bhanupriya Bajaj, Company Secretary from Philip Morris International, to kindly join us on the stage and receive this honor. May I please invite Ms. Joshi to share a few words with the audience.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to IIT Kanpur to be part of your program today. We have had the opportunity to work with the IIT team to support the Kalagram, which is a design development center within the Rosie Shiksha Kendra run by IIT. It is doing phenomenal work, and if you can, then do try and visit. What they have managed to achieve is that keep the essence of Indian art and craft alive and linking it with new design technology, market linkages across the board for different types of artists and artisans. We hope to have a long-term relationship with IIT Kanpur, and today was very, very inspiring of all the work that is being done together. So thank you very much, and thank you to everybody who's present here for all the support you've given, to make IIT Kanpur such a phenomenal success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Joshi. We have the team from Vaptech here. I would read their introduction once again. Thank you for your patience. The next felicitation for today goes to Vaptech Corporation. Their partnership with IIT Kanpur has driven impactful innovations under the Material Safety in Railways project, focusing on improving railway safety, extending the life of tracks and wagons, reducing maintenance cost, creating real value for both industry and society. May I please invite Mr. Manoj Bhalerao, Principal Engineer, and Mr. Yogesh Kumar, Vice President of Technology from Vaptech Corporation, to kindly come forward and receive this honor. Mr. Kumar, may I also request you to share a few words of acceptance with the audience?
Thank you for recognizing the association. It's absolute honor to be here in IIT Kanpur, the institute which has been at the forefront of innovation and transformation. As Vaptech Corporation, we are into innovation and technology domain, but we contribute in our best way to the communities, to the education, and to the technology. Our experience with the IIT Kanpur, as you can all guess, has been in deep technology projects. It's been an amazing experience working with the faculty, with the students here. And one difference we have found working not only on the CSR projects, but we have been working in data analytics, computer science, AI field, sustainable technologies, developing using some of our labs here. Our experience has been very different here because the students, faculty members here are focused on the end goal or the outcomes delivering for the end user or the customer. And that's been a huge difference. We'll continue to strengthen our partnership with IITK, and we are humbled to be here. Thank you for the honor.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a big round of applause for all our valued partners whose contributions not only make a difference to IIT Kanpur, but to society at large. I would now request all the dignitaries who have joined us from various corporates to kindly come forward on the stage for a group photograph. Requesting Professor Amey Karkare, Dean of Resources and Alumni, IIT Kanpur, Mr. Kapil Kaul, CEO, IIT Kanpur Development Foundation, and Mr. Rajat Sharma, Vice President of Development, IIT Kanpur Development Foundation, to please join them as well. Requesting the various members who have joined us from Kotak, IBM, Citadel Securities, HDFC Bank, Fortis Cap, Tower Research Capital, Waptec Corporation, and IBM India Wholesale Trading Private Limited to please join us on the stage. Thank you very much. We now move to our second panel discussion for the day, titled Purpose-Driven Technology, Using CSR to Fuel Innovation in Artificial Intelligence, Sustainability, and Cybersecurity for Larger Social Good. This session will highlight how corporates are blending social responsibility with technological innovation, using CSR as a platform to create solutions that benefit both industry and society. To steer this conversation, I am delighted to welcome Professor Ashish Garg, Professor and Head of the Department, Sustainable Energy Engineering, IIT Kanpur, to kindly come forward and take a seat on the stage. I would now request our distinguished panelists to kindly take their seats on the stage as I introduce them one by one. Our first panelist is Mr. Subhendu Kesh, Vice President, Digital and Chief Information Officer at JK Paper Limited. Mr. Kesh has nearly 3 decades of experience in IT, digital transformation, and analytics. At JK Paper, he has received awards for successfully leading digitalization. His work demonstrates how digital technologies can drive efficiency and sustainable growth. Welcome, Mr. Kesh. We are pleased to welcome Dr. Neepa Saha Sharma, General Manager for CSR at CESC Limited. Dr. Sharma brings more than 25 years of experience in CSR, sustainability, and development. She has driven impactful programs in education, community empowerment, and environmental sustainability. She was recently recognized as the National Power-Gen Woman Icon of the Year 2024. Welcome, Dr. Sharma. Mr. M.S. Srikanth is our next panelist, Senior Manager, CSR at Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Mr. Srikanth has over a decade of experience in CSR since the mandate was introduced in India. At IOCL, he has led national-level programs in education, sanitation, and technology-driven social development. He has been recognized for his role in the Prime Minister's Swachh Vidyalaya Abhiyan. Welcome, Mr. Srikanth. Next, we have Mr. Ramesh Kedi, CSR lead at Kajaria Ceramics. Mr. Ramesh has a decade of experience in CSR and is a global change maker fellow. At Kajaria, he has launched initiatives ranging from Mason training centers and scholarships for unprivileged children to cancer treatment programs and school sanitation drives. Recognized with the US Presidential Volunteer Service Award, he also serves as a UN online volunteer and mentor. Welcome, Mr. Ramesh. Next, we have Dr. Sabine Kapasi, CEO and Managing Director of Enera Consulting. Dr. Kapasi is a globally respected healthcare strategist with expertise in public health policy, digital innovation, and health financing. She is a gynecologist and IVF specialist by training and advises the UN and WHO across more than 190 countries. She brings a unique blend of clinical insights and policy leadership to the future of healthcare. Welcome, Dr. Kapasi. Our next panelist is Mr. Himanshu Shekhar Panigrahi, Senior Manager CSR at Hindustan Copper Limited. Mr. Panigrahi has over 20 years of experience in CSR and development, covering projects in food security, rural development, social inclusion, and climate. He has been recognized among the 100 most impactful CSR leaders globally and has received the late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Leadership Award. Welcome, Mr. Panigrahi. Next, we have Mr. Tara Chand, Head of CSR at Oak North. Mr. Chand is a seasoned development professional with over 20 years of experience in CSR, ESG, public policy, and government affairs. He currently serves as Head of CSR at Oak North. With deep expertise and a global perspective, he continues to drive impactful initiatives that strengthen both communities and enterprises. We are pleased to welcome you, Mr. Chand. And completing this panel is Ms. Sanchita Vaish, Company Secretary at Baker Hughes. Ms. Vaish has more than 9 years of experience in corporate governance across India, Bangladesh, and North Africa. At Baker Hughes, she is leading award-winning CSR programs, earning national and international recognition. She has also represented the company at global CSR forums, is a published author, and a Toastmasters champion. Welcome, Mr. Vaish. Sorry, Ms. Vaish. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panel. I would now hand over the session to Professor Garg.
Hello. Thank you, Ishita, for the introductions. First of all, thanks to all of my fellow panelists for joining this panel. Perhaps one of the bigger panels we have seen today. And thank you all for turning in for what we hope to be a insightful discussion. Let me first give a brief context. The primary purpose of CSR, that is corporate social responsibility, has been activities by the industries and corporates for social well-being, for environmental well-being, ethical well-being. They take various activities and actions such as conducting projects which are community-centric, doing well-being doing activities that result in overall well-being of communities, for school education, etc. Regarding minimizing the use of energy, especially the fossil fuel energy on their campuses, and promoting renewable energy and clean energy methods, engaging in circular economic practices, reducing the waste management, water conservation, and promoting environmentally healthy activities. They also, through many of these activities, they also promote volunteering by their employees. So there are many purposes of CSR industry, but one of the important pillars of CSR could also be related to R&D. And R&D is not necessarily the basic R&D or very niche R&D. R&D could also be, R&D is what has resulted in the kind of technologies that we see today, which have made positive difference to the life of people. Today's theme, as we say, is about purpose-driven technology using CSR to fuel innovation, especially in contemporary themes like AI, sustainability, and cybersecurity. So I have a few set of questions with my, I think, 8 panelists. Let me first begin. First question to Mr. Shrikant, that CSR was envisioned earlier as a bridge between profit and purpose. We have spent more than a decade on this. So what is your opinion on this? Have we moved forward, or are there any bottlenecks that need to be addressed?
So having spent more than a decade in CSR implementation and strategy at Indian Oil, And right from the time when CSR got introduced in the country in 2014, and having closely worked with the communities, with the civil society and the academia, so I can say this with conviction that CSR has definitely evolved a lot over the last 10 years. But then we always have a lot of scope for improvement, particularly when we talk about CSR budgets. So I'll just put some numbers to bring in the perspective. The CSR expenditure of all companies in India, if you put together, the total CSR kitty comes out to around 34,000 crore for the last financial year. And when you compare these figures with what the state spends on its social schemes like education, healthcare, nutrition, and various other social schemes, for the last financial year, as per the publicly available data, it is around 22.5 lakh crores. So when you compare the total financial implication of CSR, which is 35,000 crores, against 22.5 lakh crores, so it comes out to around maybe 1.5 to 1.6%, which is actually a minuscule portion to drive any greater change. So the real potential of CSR is when CSR acts as a catalyst to drive innovation rather than concentrating on projects which are infrastructure heavy. Over the last few years, we have been seeing under CSR, there's a lot of infrastructure being built. Like we are constructing schools, we are constructing hospitals, we are laying roads, we are installing solar street lights, CCTV cameras, ideally which all of these schemes have to be taken up by the government. CSR becoming a proxy to the government is actually the basic purpose of CSR coming into existence is getting declared. So if you want to catalyze the power of innovation, CSR should act as a driver of innovation. We have some beautiful examples where CSR projects have been implemented, taking into consideration scalability and replicability. One good example is we have Dell computers who have come up with the digital life care app. So this is basically, it started as a pilot to cater to around 50,000 patients. Basically, it is digitizing all the patient data who are suffering with NCDs like diabetes, hypertension, and cancer. And what started as a pilot, previously it was all manual recording of the data. And Dell has built this beautiful platform wherein the complete patient data has been digitized. And so the risk capital was basically by CSR, and it got scaled up once government got onboarded through Ayushman Bharat. So what started with 50,000 odd population has been now scaled up 135 million people. This is the true essence of CSR.
Thank you. I think that's a very powerful example of using CSR as a means to innovate and develop technologies which can be used for people's benefit and can be scaled up. So, Mr. Tarachand, do you have any take on this particular side?
Yeah, so, you said that, have we crossed the bridge? I think we have just started. So what I feel that, companies, or, for that, whatever programs we design it as per our understanding. We don't ask people, what they require. And, the kind of, I see, my personal experience is that most of the companies, they don't design programs which based on the needs of the people. They design programs where they get lot of publicity, they get lot of coverage, such kind of programs. And these are, one-of-kind programs where lot of CSR funding is going. So I think, if you want to cross the bridge, we need to, really, design programs with the help of the community, with the institutes like IIT Kanpur. And we should basically, the corporates should not, if they are giving funds, it doesn't mean that, they will instruct what is the requirement of the people. If I need a toilet, if I doesn't need a toilet, you don't need to provide me a toilet. I have seen, companies constructing toilets in Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, but they are not being used. So do these people require, what are their problems and how we can address them? Do we need technology? So I think once we adopt a participatory approach where all these stakeholders come together and they co-create a program, such kind of programs are more required and more, only that is the way to sustain the programs and have long-term outcomes and results out of the CSR initiatives. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. So this brings us to the next question, that how different organizations are strategically leveraging their CSR initiatives, especially to drive innovations in areas such as AI, sustainability, or cybersecurity, with primary aim being social benefit. So I request Sanchita to
Thank you, Ashish. Firstly, I'm really glad to be here among all you panelists and the lovely students. Thank you to IIT Kanpur for inviting me to this wonderful stage. So briefly about my organization. My organization is called Baker Hughes. This is an energy technology company, and it's a US multinational. Coming to the question which Ashish ji posed on me is, how can corporates strategize this CSR for the social benefit, if I can summarize. So firstly, it's very important to understand the history that CSR had in the previous 10 years, starting from the year 2014. So earlier, of course, all of us in the room might know that it was merely a checkbox compliance. Corporate took it as a burden on themselves, wherein they was just simply closing their eyes and investing money in whatever they thought was good for maybe the society. But right now, a decade, years that we have spent with CSR, with the government also evolving various regulations under the CSR law, I think it's a perfect tool for innovation. And right now, when we are talking CSR integration with AI, cybersecurity, and sustainability, it's the perfect breakthrough time of the year, or maybe the next decade is going to define how CSR changes pictures. So the question that we are discussing here, what sort of a strategies a corporate should have when they are investing into CSR projects? According to me, number one is identifying their strengths. Ideally, any corporate, and specifically, corporates are well-driven, by the way, multinational corporates specifically. I'm talking about specifically the medium and small enterprises. And since many of you are students here, and tomorrow you might be building your own startup and then growing, the CSR law might become applicable to you. So ideally, understanding what your company core business is and then starting investing those type of CSR activities. For example, if I can give, like in sustainability, if you are an energy intensive company, then you would probably want to think of investing in renewable sources of energy, innovating them, and doing multiple things under the energy sector. Similarly, for tech companies or small tech IT firms also, you might want to promote the awareness about cybersecurity or AI, build up new training courses for the graduates or for school children. So that sort of strategies we are looking at when it comes integrating business with CSR, and that's the ideal thing to do ideally. Second would be, in the previous first half, we talked about how we are working in silos, whether it's academia or corporates or government. It's high time we break those silos and come to a collaborative partnership. According to me, I believe that CSR is not just corporate social responsibility, it's collaborative social responsibility. When all of these parties come together, that's where the innovation breakthrough happens, and that's the success of a nation, right? We can all work in silos. Corporates can definitely look at scalability and everything, commercialization of the product or services, whatever they are investing into. And academias can look at innovation. Where does this bridge the gap between them? So it's where the CSR is a perfect tool to come together work towards social benefit of society. In my organization, Baker Hughes, so we have a program called Energy Ideas Innovation Program. That's for the startup businesses, wherein we are calling startups who are working under the energy sector. So what we do is we identify a problem statement, then release a press release or be on the website calling for startups who can design an innovative product or innovative service who can tackle that problem. And that's where we are creating an ecosystem of not only academias, but also students and specifically people who are working on entrepreneurship to come together. We have an entire framework of, like, it starts with the shortlisting of the various businesses that we have. Then we have the pitch day. Then we also invest in making their product a commercially viable product. So that's how, and ultimately we invest on those students and invest in these small businesses. That's how we also upgrade ourselves. And it's not only good for the students, but also good for us to understand, like, what is going on in the industry. So that's number 2. And number 3 would be, of course, skill building, wherein, of course, as I said, we can't work in silos. MSMEs or specifically big corporates will have to invest into skill building, like opening jobs for green tech or under AI specific jobs. I'd like to give a perfect example here. The previous month I was in Rishikesh in an ashram, and there was a dental camp set up there, wherein the students from a dental college were actually scanning the mouth, and through that scan, the application that the students have built, they were able to identify what are the pain areas of the tooth, like where is the tooth decay happening, or which tooth needs repairing, and all of those stuff. So they were able to scan my entire mouth and tell me what my problem with my entire mouth was. And when I probed a little bit more into it, then I probably got to know that this was actually backed up from a corporate CSR. So what a fantastic partnership. I mean, the students are getting what they want, they are getting the kind of support that they want, and ultimately they'll scale it up. So that's my take on strategizing CSR.
Thank you, Sanchita. I think the nice word. Sense of it. Coming back to Bindu, provide any
Thank you.
especially related.
Thank you, IIT Kanpur, for giving opportunity. For all the students, got the number 35,000 crore available with you. If CSR or companies are doing just for kids, house, all these things, tap waters for society, the CSR activity training and surrounding of maybe. Now you have the opportunity in your hand, AI. Lots of data are available. AI, how we can actually encourage this. Okay? Because somebody has to fund you. Money is there with you. Money is with the government. Money is with the people. You have to think of the idea where we can actually. There are 5 areas that energy sector, water, healthcare, education, and some other way. Energy, half of the villages does not have light for energy. We have a lot of data in the data, the energy. Take the data, run the program, run the AI model, and see what. Same for the water. So there are no meters in the water. You can see a lot of water is drained. Even in the factories, a lot of water is drained. Some of the states having cost for the water, like Gujarat charges for the charges, but UP does not charge any. So if the corporate, they drain the water, can we have some AI-based model where you can actually monitor water is required and how much water should be? You are saving the cost of the, you are saving the water. Like this way for the healthcare. Some example for scanning of the teeth. To have the tools available, to have like now ChatGPT, get some like LGPT and give it to the users. They have a pain, they have something issues. How can they can get an immediate medicine? But if it does not be solved, doctor is the best doctor out of it can give you a solution. Think of all these ideas and work on this. So this is the very potential. None of the big corporates are looking for the business, and you people have a good chance to get the business for the society for opportunity. Thanks, IIT Kanpur, enlightening this.
Thank you. I think that they are great examples. My next question would be to Sabine. So somebody, I think, about the engagement of students. How can actions like how can they engage students, young researchers productively and rouse their interest?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me over. Look at beautiful campus you guys have had. Hasn't changed in about 12 odd years. Last time I was here. So, thank you for the question. I think one of happened with identifying actually then having organization collaborate on. So have great insights. Building real labs and actual that's a IP other and that is going that takes so having you understand that is that suit and when it search actual structure or community industry as well as overall outcome. Involvement, education.
Thank you. So my next question would be to and then Himanshu. Same question, but what are the challenges organization in these and how can these overcome what opportunities?
Thank you, Professor Garg. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, IIT Kanpur, for having me here to be part. It's my honor and privilege to be part of this august institution and part of this conversation. So, in terms of, to answer your question, I think, CSR and apparently CSR and R&D are addressing two separate agendas. So one cannot see an overlap. But actually there is a lot of overlap. I mean, CSR can bring in a lot of purpose, a lot of intent to technology. In fact, get technology closer to people, finding real world solutions for real world problems. So it's always, there is a divide, digital divide between the haves and have-nots. So taking technology closer to people, that's a huge role which CSR can play. To answer your question, the challenges, since we're talking about 35,000 crores, it seems a lot of money, but actually it is not. It is not a lot of money. And for businesses, I mean, R&D as such would not be a priority. For them, undertaking CSR around their operational areas, investing in projects, in social projects, which would have immediate dividend, which are, short-term turnaround, but, R&D would typically have a long-term turnaround. So companies would not be really interested in investing in R&D projects because that will not give them visibility and immediate dividends. Those are the challenges. But the opportunities, I think the challenges are more of opportunity if we just flip the picture. For CSR also, whenever, I have to get a project through my CSR committee or something, I always presented it as a business case. So only if I align the CSR project or an R&D project with the business opportunities, will it get buy-in from the management leadership. So there is a lot of opportunity. In fact, I come from a company which is in generation and distribution of electricity. It is the oldest power utility in the country, 135-year-old. Some of you must have heard of it, ESC Limited. So we are doing a lot of R&D, but that R&D is completely aligned with business. So it can also align it with CSR, in the sense you've heard of ESG, we're all talking of ESG, and ultimately CSR is getting subsumed. Investors are not only interested in the profits of the company, but also the the performance of the company along the year. So well, the ESG parameters, R&D has a very good alignment. That's the option.
Coming to Himanshu for the same question, what are your perspectives?
Professor Garg, I must keep it short because I can see the time is ticking away. Definitely, there are challenges. The number one challenge is the mismatch between what is required at the community level, at the ground level, and what is happening at the R&D centers. Next challenge is there is a gap, that is lab to land gap. Technologies are there, but they are not widely and uniformly available at the grassroots level. This is the second challenge. And sometimes the technologies available are a bit expensive, so that they are not affordable, so that communities from disadvantaged sections of the people, they are not able to procure it, they are not able to use it. So as solutions, as the ways to address the challenge, I must say that every challenge, that can be addressed with 5 H, the first letter. That is, which first one is accessibility. That if it is accessible to the community, any technology that is produced, it is accessible to the community. Second one is acceptability. Do they accept it? If they need something else and something else is provided, then they may not accept it and it becomes useless. Third is affordability. can they afford with their amount of, the money they can spend, can they afford it? Then next is, it is assimilation. How things can be, technology can be assimilated into the ground level, into the grassroots level. Okay, so all these 5 ways can be addressed. Relating to the lab to land gap, CSR can use their fund to address the issues, and CSR, companies can disseminate the grassroots level knowledge, grassroots level requirements to the companies, to the technological companies. And the digital divide that can be addressed using CSR fund. There is provision for supporting incubation centers, and CSR funding can be provided for supporting research and development and incubation centers. That is it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So this brings us to the question that while we conduct these CSR programs, technology development, innovation, how do we encourage diversity and inclusion, especially from raised community? This question is for Mr. Ramesh.
Very good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for gathering, talking about this Samanvay, and thanks to IIT. Question you had asked is very beautiful in my heart. When we say about inclusion, or when we talk about the diversification, we not just think about the equality, whether we including genders. We think about the last mile benefits also. So through CSR, I represent Kajaria Ceramics Limited, so which is #1 tile company and in the world's 8th largest manufacturer of tile. So we at Kajaria, when we design any CSR program, we think about the last mile beneficiary. While in, making as an inclusive program, I will give you on the example that we have in-house program, which is called Education for All. So Education for All is not just about supporting education of a student. When we say Education for All, it's for everyone who desire or who wants to get educated, who wants to enter to the school, who wants to enter into the college or any university. We, under this program, what we do, we support the youths or students from very low income backgrounds, and AI and technology we use as a tool to get all these beneficiaries. Currently, we have 47,000 students enrolled for this program, and out of 100+ schools we have enrolled for this program. 4 districts from the Rajasthan are part of this program, where we tapped 100 schools and students who are enrolled in government schools and from the rural background, comes from a rural background. And currently, we're not just providing them digital education or help with the school education support. We have added another feature called mentorship as a part of this program, where we tapping a student with their desire or with their wish to become tomorrow. Whether a student wants to be a doctor or teacher, we have tied up a student with an experience from the same field. So the students get real-time guidance and mentoring, so that if once the student gets graduated from high school, whether he wants to go, so he has already a mentor who can guide us. And AI and technology, how we are using it to find out the solutions. Early in the morning, somebody said in the last panel, just be a curious. So a student has to be a curious only. That is what we required while selecting the candidates for this program. So he or she has to be curious to know what he wants to do or what he wants to learn. So when I said AI technology we're using, so a student can ask questions. If I want to go a fashion designer, so what should I do after 12? So he can just write down his question, the technology, and the technology or the AI gets the answers for him from right after the 12, whether he or she has to enter, which exams he has to crack, where the scholarship has been tapped in. So everything is part of this. Let's we think about the last mile beneficiary as a part of the inclusive.
Thank you
That's
so
what.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So can I just repeat the same question, especially CSR programs in technology, how they can encourage diversity and inclusion from gender perspective, especially reaping the direct benefits from AI and digital security advantages. Swanipa.
Okay, so, I think, this is also very close to my heart. I was talking about haves and have-nots, so there is a digital divide. So this inclusivity, we should have, as CSR professionals, we should facilitate the intersection of diverse experiences, thoughts, and insights into technology. And inclusivity, because we think that, only the privileged are, they can be exploited. They are at, they are at a danger of data exploitation or of cyber harm. But the underprivileged and the underserved are equally at risk. So inclusivity is very, very essential because, there's a lot of data exploitation, which is real time in rural banking, healthcare, and all those sectors. So, and also in, you said gender perspective, lot of trafficking happening, women trafficking and all happening, especially in Bengal, few areas with a lot of trafficking happening through, cyber crime. So, data inclusivity is not only about, awareness and digital literacy, it is also about protection. So I think, well on these.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a very important point. I have last two questions left, and I would request my panelists to be brief. And after that, if anybody has a quick comment to make, I'll leave the floor open for that. But second last question is, I think one of the earlier panelists talked about CSR funding, and there's alignment with the business interest. But don't you think there is a conflict of interest there? There is also an issue of ethics there involved. So how can that be tackled? This question is for Mr. Vendu.
Yeah. So there's no conflict of interest. I'll give a real life example. I'm from a paper company. We have a very bad name that honestly we actually the planting, farming of last financial year we planted 18. Now what we have done for COVID, we have decided to make a clone. Our main product is eucalyptus. It takes 6 years to grow. We made a digital twin. We started the journey of 2018. Started a digital clone of eucalyptus tree, and which actually from 60 months reduced to 6 months. Same tree can grow in 6 months. Recorded a lot of R&D, and we all imported. And this import, and it is done. We imported. It was government of. We have not put it in our lab. It is go work with them. And our target to make it is 18 months. How many people are getting impacted? Tax farmers are getting impacted because the same crop, what they are going to, they used to take 6 years for one cycle, they'll be doing 3 cycles. Okay, so money they're going to. It's not directly that sometimes we feel that it's an interest of
Okay.
No, definitely. It's
Okay.
a broader sense. It's
Okay.
a big
Thank you.
impact.
Thank you.
Sir, I share a different
Quickly.
view.
Yeah.
I share a different view. In the law, it is written that we should conduct CSR activities, to our local area. If a mining company, it should be the business responsibility of the mining company to take care of their surroundings. It should not be CSR. It should not be counted as CSR. The most of the funding is going to states like Maharashtra who are already industrialized and bit better off. No funding is going to northeast areas or Bihar or Jharkhand. So I think the company should decide, that we should fund areas where there is no support is going. So
Okay.
yeah, that way I think there is a conflict of interest.
I'll just add regarding the conflict of interest. So I'll just give an example. So if I am a shoe company and I have some shoes on my shelf and I pick up some shoes and maybe donate it, so there's some kind of branding involved. Cannot call it as true CSR. But if I design a complete project wherein I train the underprivileged youth for sports and giving shoes is one among the many activities, then you can push it under CSR.
Okay, all right. So my last question is, how, CSR funding is one part, but how can we build a deep tech ecosystem by blending the finance, okay, different mechanisms. So maybe Sabine or somebody else can, but quickly, okay? We've got only, I think timer is over.
Yeah, I'll try. So quick. What you meant, actually, example of industry doing efforts to develop technology benefit them, right? Because IP that co-create government. I'll just couple of show started their model now with about 2 families. First for and excellence in education. IITRI, but earlier, setting up 50 different applications, larger enough. Third, example, Bosch and the largest world today, which actually has applications, self-driving cars, aerospace, as well as commodity, as well as and health. Stunning examples that we can, and of course, organizations like UN, WHO, and also ADB Bank are willing to collaborate. The are large enough, but their long-term outcome. That is the as well as.
Okay. Very quick.
Yes. So the thing is, we talked about convergence, collaboration, and there should be a peer learning also. Not all the CSR heads, have a background of engineering or, technology. So we also need to, educate them on, what is going on in the world. So we can't, as CM Saab was saying that, we can't live as a tapu. So I think if we can come together, learn from each other, because not all the CSR heads have that kind of capability. So I think that is the way, that's how we can do more in terms of deep tech.
Okay,
Sir, I want to take last one. See, I'll give you this a different way because I work with IIT Kharagpur. For surrounding, there's a lot of cows with cow milk is how to increase the product. So it's not a CSR activity is not yet started. IIT Kanpur, Kharagpur has taken up and partnered with them, working with them. Once we successful technology, we'll be giving it to the company to process it so they can fund and the different states. So that's the work.
Okay, thank you. So I will now leave the floor open to audience for any questions. 1 or 2 quick questions can be taken. Please tell your name, the questions very short, and for whom it is intended.
Good afternoon, panelists. So my question is directed to Dr. Sabine. So as I mentioned, we are biomedical engineers and we tend to build something that can provide a significant impact to the healthcare industry, the people. So what is, in your experience, current industry, healthcare industry in India, and what would be your advice to students tending to something of areas to focus on, make a significant impact?
First, for more detailed answer, you'll have to talk to me later, but I'll just give very, very brief. One is now preventive care and diagnosis coming up, especially an IVD. Of across several, are going more and more when it comes to diagnostic. So then heading into almost biomedical one area that you should, and then of course optimize your large scale device diagnostic and non-obstetric.
Thank you. Thank you. One more last question, and here, quickly run with the mic.
Hi, this is Manoj. I just want to understand, how do you measure the success of CSR team? Is this by measuring the impact of the initiative, or just by measuring if the budget is spent or not? Thank you.
Who is this for? Maybe
try to take this. That's a very subjective question, and it actually depends upon the leadership of the organization. So we keep deliberating on whether the qualitative aspects of impact is better than the quantitative impacts. But ideally, it's at a balance. There are various projects wherein you can quantitatively measure, like you have invested X amount, so what is the ROI? Ideally, the business look for ROI. But there are various projects you can't really measure it. Just about how many lives you have touched, people's mindset you have impacted. Your question, there's no one single answer. You actually balance and at what you're leading. That's where you select the right kind of.
We are not only measuring the ROI, we are also measuring the SROI. So yeah, we definitely, it depends project to project.
Hey, so thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, all the panelists, for this invigorating session. I'm sorry that we didn't have enough time and a lot of questions were there. We did discuss in detail about purpose-driven technologies using CSR to fuel innovations, especially in AI, sustainability, and cybersecurity. Broadly, there is a consensus that there should be strong focus of CSR on funding R&D in academic institutions, R&D institutions for social benefit. And of course, there are issues like there are challenges that we talked about, but there are also, though every challenge comes with an opportunity. There could be issues of direction, priority, or ethics, but I think corporates do understand it quite well because there are well-written laws about it. And I think there was a nice point raised at the end that there should be an ecosystem built for blending CSR with other kind of financial methods so that we can create R&D and tech innovation in academic R&D institutions to fuel the innovation and product development for, it could be app, it could be product for the benefit of people. So with this, I thank all my panelists.
Just one last addition. As Mr. K had said that there are opportunities. One opportunity that you can see right now, as an there aren't strong metrics to quantifiably measure outcome of such a leadership in such meetings, guidelines, to quantify the outcomes of
Thank you. I think that's a very important point. In fact, whenever I have written proposals, I've always gotten stuck into quantifiable versus non-quantifiable. And that's really a very important point, and I think we should take that up. So with this, I thank my fellow panelists. I request you all to give them applaud for
Thank
this
you.
nice discussion. Yeah, let's keep talking about it.
Thank you very much. What an enlightening session it was, wasn't it? I would now request Professor Amit Karkare to kindly come on the stage and felicitate our panelists. Mr. Subhendu Kesh. Dr. Neepa Sharma. Mr. M.S. Srikanth. Mr. Ramesh KD. Ms. Sabine Kapasi. Mr. Himanshu Shekhar Panigrahi. Mr. Tarachand. Ms. Sanchita Vaish. Thank you, sir. Professor Karkare, may I please request you to now felicitate Professor Garg? Thank you, sir. Requesting everyone to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Thank you very much. Please allow us 5 minutes to set the stage up for the next panel discussion. Thank you for your patience. We now move towards the last panel of today, titled Crafting the Future, How MSMEs and Academia Can Shape a Self-Reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat through collaboration. This conversation will highlight how small and medium enterprises, together with academia, can co-create indigenous solutions that strengthen industries, empower communities, and contribute to India's vision of self-reliance. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome the moderator of this session, Professor Deepu Philip, Professor, Department of Management Sciences, IIT Kanpur. Sir, please join us on the stage. Joining him are accomplished leaders from diverse domains. I request them to join us on the stage as I read their introductions. Our first panelist is Mr. B.K. Singhal, CEO and Director, UI Tri-Enviro. Mr. B.K. Singhal is a seasoned technocrat with nearly 4 decades of leadership across diverse industries. At UI Tri-Enviro, he drives sustainable wastewater management solutions, leveraging advanced technologies to address pressing environmental challenges. He is known for his ability to identify opportunities, build strategies, and lead high-performing teams. Welcome, Mr. Singhal. Our next panelist is Mr. Gaurav Pilania, Vice Chairman of CII Kanpur Zone and entrepreneur at Hans Energy Systems. Mr. Pilania has more than 15 years of experience across defense, railways, power, healthcare, and green energy. At Hans Energy Systems, he has pioneered several first-of-its-kind technologies in northern India, especially in emerging areas like electrical vehicles and semiconductors. As Vice Chairman of CII Kanpur Zone, he actively champions organized industrial development in this region. We are delighted to have you, Mr. Pilania, with us. Our next panelist for today is Mr. Manish Kankani, founder and CEO of Qualtech Consultants. Mr. Kankani is an esteemed alumnus of IIT Kanpur. He is a fintech and insurtech innovator with over 20 years of experience. At Qualtech Consultants, he has built a leading organization delivering scalable, cloud-based solutions for banks, NBFCs, and fintechs. His work continues to shape the future of financial technology in India. Your alma mater extends a warm welcome to you, Mr. Kankani. Our next panelist is Mr. Kanan Agarwal, Managing Director of Rakan Steels Limited. Mr. Agarwal has built the company into a leading manufacturer of steel, fencing products with a strong national network, while also contributing to India's skilling initiatives through partnerships with NSDC and other programs. As National Learning Chair of CII Young Indians, he champions knowledge sharing and skill development for young leaders across the country. Welcome, Mr. Agarwal. Our final panelist is Mr. R.K. Agarwal, promoter at NetPlast. Mr. Agarwal is an esteemed alumnus of IIT Kanpur. He is the founder of NetPlast, a leading manufacturer of molded polyurethane foam seats and NVH parts for the global automotive industry. Beyond business, Mr. Agarwal is actively involved in philanthropy and is a founding member of the Indus Entrepreneurs TIE. Your alma mater is honored to welcome you, Mr. Agarwal. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists. I now hand over the session to Professor Philip. Thank you.
Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. So, on behalf of IIT Kanpur, welcome. And without any further delay, we will get into this panel very quickly. So, just for a few, my job is basically to make you guys talk and moderate. I guess everybody can read the title of the panel, but it's basically creating the future, how MSMEs and academia can shape a self-reliant India through collaboration. That's a very critical topic because everybody's talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat and the role of self-reliance is becoming more and more popular. So the modality that I was thinking is we have 1 or 2 questions which are common to all of you. Maybe take a minute or 2 minutes to answer. And after that, you guys have also specifically chosen a question of your choice. That will be the last question I'll ask. Take about 3 minutes. That's the question of your comfort. And then we will have probably about 10 minutes for Q&A. So all of our introduction / character assassination is already done. So I think we can start. So the first question is actually a pretty long one, but I will just, I'm going to just make it very brief. The question is basically, how can research institutions and MSMEs collaborate effectively to facilitate the commercialization of, or accelerate the commercialization of innovative technologies, and maybe in sectors that are critical to India, not in any place, but more critical session. So maybe if you have examples to cite from your real life, it will be easy. It will be great for the students also to understand. So we'll start from here.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. See, basically, I have a different point of view. See, what I think, there are a lot of things what is now we are importing from China, and that we can develop here in India with the help of IIT or academia like yours. If you will take example in Kanpur only, there are a lot of materials like which we can do it here. Simple, the MSME or SMEs, basically I will call SMEs, they need support. They are not very well access to the academia, how to approach you, how to take technology, how to go ahead. So if we can open door for them, there's, the accessibility should be easy, then they will come up. And we can develop those technology here. And we can curb the import, we can save a lot of money, we can give employment to the people, and a lot of things can happen. Immediately 2-3 example I can share later on also, where what we can do it and we can save a lot of money. We can do give employment, and we can earn a lot of revenues also from that.
Thank you, Professor Deepu Philip ji. Thank you, Rajat ji. First of all, ऐसा कहा जाता है कि आईटी में माँ सरस्वती का वास है, बट जिन लोगों ने भी आज यहाँ लंच किया है, दे वो टोटली अग्री कि यहाँ पे माँ अन्नपूर्णा का भी वास होता है. और हम लोग जितने लोग वहाँ पे थे सब पता कर रहे थे कि भाई केटरर कौन है, so that we can probably have him for the next time. So thank you once again, sir, for hosting us and giving us a beautiful lunch. Now, understanding what are MSMEs. Of course, academia से क्या benefit होगा, बहुत सारा benefit होगा, but MSMEs हैं क्या? गवर्नमेंट ने MSME की परिभाषा में बहुत सुधार लाया है, और आज के डेट में हिंदुस्तान में करीबन 6 करोड़ MSMEs हैं. और मूल रूप से ऐसा समझें कि जो कंपनी 500 करोड़ से नीचे का रेवेन्यू कर रही है वो MSME कैटेगरी में आती है. जिनका कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट 125 करोड़ से कम है, 125 करोड़ से कम है, वो MSME में आते हैं. बट इसमें जो चैलेंजिंग बात है कि आउट ऑफ दिस MSMEs, माइक्रो, स्मॉल एंड मीडियम, आउट ऑफ द 6 करोड़ MSMEs, 99% are micro companies. Less than 0.1% are small companies, and 0.01 are actually medium enterprises. So now we as entrepreneurs have to see how we can transition from the journey from micro to small and small to medium. And to transition in this journey, most of us MSMEs have the common problem. Human resource related ho, स्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग, टेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड हो, तो MSMEs को एकेडमिया का सहारा लेना चाहिए इन इश्यूज़ को, इन कॉमन इश्यूज़ को सॉल्व करने के लिए. वी आर ब्लेस्ड एज द इंडस्ट्री ऑफ कानपुर टू हैव IIT amongst us in near vicinity of Kanpur. जैसा my fellow panelists mentioned कि MSMEs at times find it difficult to access the institutions, which actually is not a fact. And during the course of the interaction, based on my own personal experience of a couple of projects that I've been doing with IIT, I'll share how nicely it shaped up in spite of being an MSME. But at the same time, हम MSMEs को अपनी प्रॉब्लम को बहुत क्लैरिटी से लिखना पड़ेगा, समझना पड़ेगा, एंड इंस्टीट्यूशन के पास सही दिशा के लिए जाना पड़ेगा. तो डेफिनेटली MSME एंड एकेडमिया मिलकर माइक्रो से स्मॉल, स्मॉल से मीडियम की जर्नी तय कर सकते हैं. एंड गवर्नमेंट के बहुत सारे प्रोविजंस हैं जो फाइनेंस एंड अदर एस्पेक्ट्स को टेक केयर करते हैं. टेक्नोलॉजी और ह्यूमन रिसोर्स जो 2 अदर बिगेस्ट चैलेंजेस हैं वो एकेडमिया कोलैबोरेशन से एड्रेस किए जा सकते हैं. एंड जस्ट टू ऐड वन मोर पॉइंट, व्हाट माय फेलो पैनलिस्ट मेंशन्ड कि इनोवेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट right? But right now, more than innovation, imitation is what we should be looking at. Because innovation का एक product development life cycle है जो एक समय लगेगा, funds लगेंगे, but बहुत सारी चीजें already दुनिया में कहीं ना कहीं develop हो चुकी हैं, किसी एक scale पे बन रही हैं, किसी एक cost level पे बन रही हैं. तो आत्मनिर्भरता के लिए पहले हम एटलीस्ट इमिटेशन लेवल पे अपने आप को पोजीशन करें जहां से हमारी इनोवेशन की जर्नी शुरू हो सके. थैंक यू.
Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, last 25, maybe 30 years, I haven't got an opportunity. IIT Kanpur for shaping in terms of who I am. I wanted to take the opportunity to thank IIT Kanpur and for in 95 to 90. Secondly, thank you to IIT KDF and IIT. Coming to your question, and I think the question right now that you're posing is how can academia and industry collaborate to commercialization of, right?
Benefiting the MSMEs.
Yeah. So I think it's a two-way process. There are certain problems and challenges that we as MSME face, and can approach the institutes, academic institutes like IIT and us with the technology, research, innovation, labs, infrastructure. There's also another interesting aspect when I was probably hearing some of these presentations in the first half by CDIS, C3I, if I'm not wrong. There's a lot of technology which is already being developed or maybe in some other context and can be commercialized for probably a different industry. And this is where, again, the MSME can help in probably bridging the last mile connectivity. So I see probably both the ways where MSMEs can reach out with a need and industry can, the academia can solve for that. And there is a problem which has been solved in a certain area. How can it be taken to a different area? Similar technology can be implemented in a different area, and that last mile connectivity can be provided by
you.
Thank you so much, Professor, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank IIT for giving me this platform and this opportunity. I would like to continue from where Gaurav Bhaiya left, that we need to understand that the need and the capabilities, the scale of the micro, the small and the medium enterprises, they differ. And we are always bundling them and trying to find a solution which is kind of a one size fits all. So we need to start segregating their needs. And also, I would like to here, put on the side of the academia for once, because we do have our skill development institutes as well, and we do some work. So I also feel that MSMEs, for instance, again, Gaurav Bhaiya mentioned that being an MSME, they could leverage IIT's platform and they benefit out of it. It is because they are participating. But that is a major problem with a large chunk of MSMEs, that they want the government, the academia to do the heavy lifting, whereas they need to actively participate with all stakeholders and come up with solutions. The academia can take it forward, but we need to understand what problem they are facing in their day-to-day lives, because more often than not, our conversations are often tilted towards the medium-scale organizations, while we ignore what the small-scale or the micro industries might be facing and what their needs are.
Well, thank you, IIT. Thank you, Dr. Phillips. I'm here after years, and I've done BTech more years back from this. Well, you see, I've given a little perspective of what MSME contribution to the GDP and to the export is. It's about 45% export is done by MSME. Almost about 30% plus is the contribution. And 44% manufacturing contribution of the GDP, of the total manufacturing contribution. employability is about 58% with the SMEs. So it is a very strong case. We have to become a 1 billion, 5 trillion economy by 2027. It is imperative that government and everyone, all those stakeholders must really do hard work to ensure that they grow and they grow technically well also. As MSME at the moment, I consider is at a crossroad. And what is happening is, with the kind of intensifying competition internationally and the quality discerning customer, it has become very difficult for MSME to sustain with the old method and processes that they are using in their manufacturing. So they need to have technology and constantly change themselves to ensure that they make product which is of the global standard. Here, academia and industry, they can come together. Intelligence of academia and practical experience, practical practices of MSME can really lead to innovation. I think we have to use the technology like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, machine learning, and also do all data analysis to arrive at the decisions that we make in the MSME. Thus, it is very important to have hand-holding with the institution of repute, especially like Kanpur that we have here. I suggest that to do that, we need to have a brainstorming session with various kind of industrial organizations, like Indian Industries Association, CIIA, to arrive at a solution as to how it can be implemented across all the units. And in doing that, there has to be a person who should act as a nodal point. That fellow will be able to act as an interface between industry and the academia to ensure that we reach to a conclusion. I think this is very important, that otherwise a lot of people don't even know in MSME sector where to approach in IIT for what problem. So that kind of thing has to be done, even any other institution for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for, I think, between 5 of you, you have probably given a good ground for taking to the next level. So the next question again is common to all of you, and after that I'll go to your specific questions. So one of the major complaints a lot of the time MSMEs talk about is the lack of access to trained manpower resources and skilled manpower. We name it many ways, we use different terms for it. And also the lack of expertise or gaps in R&D. How do you think, whether it can be an institutional support or whether it's a policy-related thing, how do you think that this lacuna or this pain points of MSMEs can be addressed? Do you want me to repeat that question again? End of it. Good. Okay, go ahead.
See, again, I will start where Agarwal Sahab has ended. It's very important to first identify what are the pain areas. Like as you have said, skill development, technology. So first we need to understand, especially if we will take Kanpur. Kanpur is very big industrial hub. What kind of people we need, what kind of skill development we need here, that we need to identify first. And that can be only possible by taking into consideration all the industries people, the organization like Sir has said, as CII or IIA, so that you can come to know what kind of people, what kind of skill development is required. Secondly, the same thing is for the R&D. A lot of the things, as I've told earlier also, which we need if you can develop that similar technology here and we can pass on to the industry. They can do that. They are lacking. I'm giving a very small example. There's automotive leather. India is slaughtering, official figure at 40 million buffalo per year. This is the official figure, unofficially around 28 millions. And most of the buffaloes are going, finishing as a upholstery, and we are exporting it at very low price. The same leather can be converted as automotive leather or aero leather and we can face the double price. The technology is missing how to finish that. Technology is available. People are selling from here to other countries. They are finishing, and then they are selling to the big brands. That we can do in India also. But there is some fear factor because the investment is there, government support is required. We can do that. And if you will see whatever investment, whatever the government will do, then it can be recovered. The industry can grow. Industry need that kind of support from the government, from the academia. Develop that. Second example is the finishing. In Kanpur, there are a lot of shoe factories are there, leather factories are there, belt factories are there. Just very simple trims people are importing from China. Because that finishing is not possible here. People are not doing that kind of finishing. It is not a big technology. But people are not doing here because they don't have that technology. If they will import from China or the Italian country, then they have fear that whether they can compete with China at the end of the day or no. That technology can be developed here. For what Gauravji has said, it's imitation, and basically we have to replicate that, what China did. We have to follow that if we want to grow the manufacturing facility in India. We need that kind of small support.
So human resource by itself is a perpetual issue. I kind of isolate and look at, since we run MSME in Kanpur, we may say कि कानपुर में ये समस्या ज़्यादा है. But आप अगर, I believe अगर TCS के CTO सर थे आज सुबह, अगर उनसे भी पूछते तो human resource उनके लिए भी एक challenge होता. So irrespective of the place, irrespective of the company, the issue persists. Now, looking at our own local level, let's say running an industry in Kanpur, yes, there is definitely a skill gap. Now, skill gap is not just because the government institutions or the engineering colleges are not producing those kind of students. But as now any student who qualifies from a good university would, one thing, good pay scale, number one. Number two, a good quality of life. Unfortunately, as us industry in Kanpur, we are not very open to pay very good remuneration compared to our peers in metro city. So when we're not willing to pay the same amount of financial remuneration, we should not expect the same quality manpower. Secondly, as our Honorable CM was mentioning, that the infrastructure has seen a lot of upswing in the last 7-8 years. And there's a lot of palayan happening prior to that, which is a fact. Now we are seeing a reverse brain drain. So let's say in the industry we are working something in the green energy. And we do get a lot of candidates who are from this region, from Kanpur, Jaunpur, Varanasi, Gorakhpur, but due to lack of opportunities, they've been either working in Pune, in Rajkot, in Coimbatore, in Chennai. So once they feel there is something where they can contribute, something where they can technically grow, where they get a remuneration which is at par or even slightly lesser than something which is quite away from their home, they're willing to contribute or come back to their homeland. So the first point which I want to make is we as industry have to come forward and look at paying better remunerations if you want better manpower. Secondly, the quality of life overall has to improve, which means the healthcare system, the education system. Considering that is improving, definitely there will be an influx of the candidates who have gone out to come back, and that palayan would reduce, if not stop. Thirdly, as industry, we need to focus more on reskilling, upskilling, considering, again, taking some notes from what TCS CTO sir mentioned today morning, that now any skills, life cycle has become 6 years. So at least we can be happy with that fact कि हमारा competition अगर हम किसी और शहर से करें हिंदुस्तान में तो हम 6 साल ही पीछे हैं उनसे, क्योंकि 6 साल में उनका स्किल भी जो आज हमारा है अगर 0 पे है तो वो भी 0 पे आ जाएंगे उस पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट में. So we have to look at that as an opportunity कि जब सभी का skill level reskilling, upskilling पे हो रहा है, तो we need to invest in the reskilling and upskilling models, which again industries in Kanpur are not investing heavily on. And to do that, there are a lot of institutes, there are a lot of let's say IIT or let's say BHUs, they are the premier institutes in Uttar Pradesh. But we could also look at the ITIs, जहाँ से हमें जो रीस्किलिंग अपस्किलिंग का बेस लेवल काम करना है, हम वहाँ से कर सकते हैं उसको. There are a lot of training which could be provided specific to the work for the candidates, चाहे वो blue collared में हो, चाहे वो white collared में हो. AI का जितना influx हो रहा है, AI specific training provide कर सकते हैं. So third point which I want to make is, as entrepreneurs, we have to look at training our manpower, training our colleagues to the skill set which is required tomorrow. So we can have a certain expectation from them कि हमें आपसे XYZ output चाहिए. But उसके लिए उनको skill करना, resource देना, उनको right ammunition देना, वो एक entrepreneur की responsibility होती है. To summarize, the institution, the government machinery is doing what they can do in terms of improving the infrastructure. Government has come up with a lot of policies, a lot of Rojgar exchange programs, a lot of benefits for hiring young candidates into the extent of giving back certain benefits to the industry. But yes, the industry has to come forward and take this issue more seriously in upskilling their manpower. Thank you.
I'll pick up from where Gaurav started, and I would say skilling or skill gap is not a sector-specific problem. It's an industry-specific problem. And let's look at what current state of skill. Industry typically says that 50% of the workforce that is graduating out is unemployable. The remaining 50% that is employed, on an average, industry would probably be spending 2 to 6 months in training these people before they could be put to any meaningful productive use. If I throw probably some maths at this, on an average around 5 million graduates probably joining the workforce, and let's say an average salary of such a person lakhs, that number is for the sake of argument, and let's say on an average industry spends 4 months in training them. So if I multiply 5 million by 3 lakhs and divided by say 4 months would mean 1/3 of the yearly salary. That would I think come down to around 5 lakh crore is the kind of, not wrong probably, 5 lakh crore is the kind of cost which is getting invested by the industry in making these people who have already passed out from a college with a degree to put them to a productive use. Now, because the context is how academia and industry can probably come together and how can they probably help together. And maybe before that, as Gaurav mentioned, government and academia has got various policy and programs which have been probably brought in place to solve for this. Programs like NAT, SNAPs are probably focused in bridging this skill gap. But I would like to probably flip the problem and say why the problem should exist in the first place. Shouldn't the mandate of academia be not only to provide conceptual knowledge and degree? Along with that, shouldn't their goal also be that the guy who's coming out of the college is going to be productive from week 1 itself? And if I look this as the problem statement, then the apprenticeship programs or internship programs that are currently running, which are probably aimed towards the fag end of the curriculum or after the curriculum, can it be reversed? Can it be reversed in such a way that these apprenticeship programs, these project programs, can be made a very core aspect of your curriculum? Can the curriculum be redesigned in such a fashion that every semester, maybe from the first year itself or post that, every student has to take a course, which is like a credit course, where they would be doing some project with some MSME, obviously facilitated by the institute and the faculty and the department. Now, what that does is that by the end of 8th semester, the guy would have done probably 6 to 8 such projects. And he's ready to walk in and start being productive from day one. What we're talking about is, we are not talking about skilling an individual in this case. We are trying to probably make sure that the entire workforce could be made productive. That's how probably I would like to probably structurally, maybe I would want industry, especially maybe MSME and academia to work together to solve this problem, this productivity problem, and which is again, I would say it's not a sector specific problem, but a general industry problem. Thank you.
I completely agree with what Manish sir mentions over here. In a country like India, there cannot be a problem of, lack of people. It is lack of relevance. What are we teaching them and what is required today? I'll give you a small example. We run our own ITI institute. We are still teaching students how to run lathe machines. Whereas on forums, we're talking about Industry 4.0, Industry 5.0, machine learning. So even after spending years in vocational training, these students unfortunately find themselves unemployed or unemployable. Then again, the hassle is that once they're employed, the companies have to spend a significant amount of resources, time, money on training them, on reskilling them, which is not possible for MSMEs because as we just got to know, 99% are micro industries. They might not be able to. So from a policy standpoint, what we need to do is we need to regularly revisit any educational program that we are running in the country. We need to bring industry on board. We need to listen to them, and we need to keep revising and reinventing our programs so that we're not wasting those years that our youth is actually investing in their education or their vocational training.
Well, I think MSMEs today are the training grounds. They're mainly training people who, when get trained and skilled, they go for a green pasture into bigger industry, and MSME left with training more and more people. But that has to be done twice, because you can't have an untrained guy who's harm you more than a trained guy. So that process is going on, I think, in almost all industry. We do a regular training program for workman level, advisor level to the manager level. However, I agree to Plania when he says it is, or Mr. Ankani when he says that yes, it is an industry specific problem. Like when you're in Kanpur and you are in, let's say, leather industry, you have a lot of people, skilled people, you can employ them. I'm into a field called automotive components for export and for OEMs in India. And it is not a hub. Kanpur is not a hub for automotive component manufacturing. So I find it very difficult to get the people who are skilled. And then the cities, they do not want to come to the city like Kanpur because number one, first UP was a problem. Then later on, we find that they have a lot of green pasture industry available in Pune, Tamil Nadu, and Gurgaon. So they tend to go there. And actually, they get higher salaries than what we pay. But even if we are ready to pay that much, they go to customer with big name. So the companies with a big name. Like I have lost some people who've been sent for servicing of parts to Tata Motor. They themselves employed them. So that's the kind of thing which is going on. But we cannot shrug away from not training people constantly and tweak our programs every now and then. I think academia can really help here. Number one, I have seen that, as you rightly said, that more than 99% people are micro-level people. Not many people are aware of technology which can be used to give better productivity, reduce their wastages, and in fact can give predictive maintenance schedules. So they're not aware. So this kind of a module, if they are made by academia, I can organize with the help of industrial associations here for the entrepreneur who are at micro level or small level, and they can get benefited for their operational efficiency. Plus, we can also then brainstorm and find out what can be done to skill the people. That also is possible. And using this technology, how it can benefit the workmen also. Because when your efficiency is improving, you are definitely going to pay much better to your employee. It is always shared. So that's my take on this.
Thank you. Rajat ji, how much time more we can take? 5-7 minutes more. So can we extend it to 10 minutes? Okay, fine. So I think what I'll do is, because we kind of answered the third question, many of you. I think let's open it up to the students or people to ask questions. And so we have about 10 minutes to Q&A. So, maybe some of the questions will also help. So anybody who want to ask questions, please raise your hand and ask. And you can direct it to any of the panelists, or you can ask generally to the panel, and anybody from our group will pick it up. So you have about 9 minutes now. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, choosing a very nice topic, creating the future. My question is that we are talking about artificial intelligence, innovation and invention. Because scientific innovation really is approach of new ideas and the creation of new inventions too. But you are talking about the college level and the school level and the graduation degree. But some colleges and some students actually don't know about what is the exact meaning of and the exact difference between innovation and invention. How can we create the exact difference between and the new innovation? Because we face many crises during a pandemic condition too. And we create new ideas in the vaccine technology. That's an innovation. But my question is, according to at the college level, how can we create difference? How can be more idea and the new creation and the scientific approach at the college level and students exact difference between invention and innovation and addition of the syllabus too? How can be additional training and skill up too? That's a different thing. But that's the addition of the post graduation level at the school level. That's a syllabus to be added. The exact difference between qualitative research and the scientific research and the quantitative research and the exact difference between innovation and inventions. That's my question to all the panelists.
Yeah, please go ahead. You can sit down, ma'am.
Understand there are two parts to the question. One is the definition of innovation invention, and second, in the context to the student.
No, actually, sir, no. I am not talking about the definition between. But the innovation, how come to be overthrow and solve out the problem real world situation. That's right. Any medical problem and any all over the problem.
Would an example from the panelists would take care of it? Is that okay?
Just like in a cancer problem.
Okay.
In cancer problem, we use a new innovative technology, biosensor. That's overcome this problem. But we actually don't know about the innovation at the college level. Students and so many scientific approaches don't know about that. So how can we create a new innovation? And then new inventions too. That's a exact meaning.
Ma'am, I think any need guides a person to innovate, right? We have seen at the time of COVID that the SIIC, IIT Kanpur, developed WASA, that mask, which has been gone through all approvals and was being used by the parliament. All members of the parliament were taking that, using that. Even our prime minister was using it. It was all the need of the hour that it was developed in 2-3 months here. So that's the kind of innovation. That was the need at the hour, and that is how somebody worked upon it, solved this problem, and they did that. That company is doing very, very well now. And similarly, at that time, ventilators were developed here at almost 1/10 of the cost that was being used for importing the equipment, right? That was again a need, and we did it. And I think that company is working now in Pune, and they're doing a turnover of more than 200 crores. So when you say that, how did people do that? How do people go about innovation? Well, it is always the need which pushes somebody to solve that need, to solve that problem that is arising. And it is done. That is how it is done. It is not necessary that college will teach you. It is the mindset of the people that works on it. Right?
One question, please. One question. Let the other person ask.
Hello. It's been a great pleasure to listen to you all, your experience. I have one very interesting idea on that. Just the skill gap, the best I feel project-based learning. Idea is that you all are good in your own, have some problems like waste of time or have enough resources when it comes to AI. Because AI resources are very expensive. Now we have built a model wherein we have state-of-the-art AI expertise, and the idea is that Industry 4.0...
Question, please.
Just 1 minute.
Question, please.
Yeah.
Please, question, please. It's a Q&A session.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my question is that have a wherein problem statements get it done, and now we are in an era of ChatGPT or LLMs wherein research is a fingertip of everybody. Like anybody can research. How we can collaborate with you? That's my like.
Yes.
I can probably take this. There's no straightforward answer. To your specific transactional problem, maybe you can try and reach out to one of us after the conversation. But systemically, I would agree, and I would say that probably there have to be more forums where real problems of industry can be brought to the academia, and students can be involved to solve those problems. And I'm also that rather than working on theoretical constructs, there could be life problems. And not only the solution, but the feedback on the solution that probably I implement. There's a lot of learning. That. And if there are some more structural mechanisms that could be put in place where especially MSME and student academia, that can probably help.
So I not answered anything, but just 1 minute I'll take. There is 2 key concepts that people should understand. There's something called competency and there is called comprehension. So an example, a bird is a very competent creature. It can go and build a nest, and it'll go pick dried branches, put it in the right portion of the tree, and it'll make its nest. Every year it will do it without any problem. But if I take a carbon tube and put it there, the bird doesn't have the comprehension that the carbon tube is better than the dried branches. If you make the nest through carbon tube, then it won't have to remake the nest next year. So academia always tends to be a balance of comprehension and competence. Whereas when you go to industry, you actually require more of competence, and comprehension comes after some point of time. So that's the reason sometimes when this discussion, we can take it out someplace else, but I just wanted to add that as part of it. Oh, okay, well, we can take one more last question. And please, a question, okay?
Hello, panelists. This question is open out to the panelists, and it's an extension of what you just said. It's about that if the carbon tube available and commercializable industry, then it is something that academia has brought up to us. Then it's going to be used to make sure that giving us the input that we need, and use. That is where I believe lack of a lot of things that have been developed, but feel that it not be that level.
So what you're saying is that academia should also guide on the commercial viability of the product in terms of the scalability, the sales opportunity. So that may not happen actually, based on my limited exposure and experience. So academia is here to solve a technical issue. So you know there is a market for carbon tubes. You are the entrepreneur, not the academia. You have to identify the opportunity. That is, in this particular product, there is a latent demand. There is an opportunity which exists. And anything which solves a problem is innovation. So probably you look at that as an innovation. And you have been able to develop something and you feel that the hardness is not coming appropriately, or you need to reduce the thickness to reduce the cost. There is, with that problem statement, you have to come to the academia. So if you just come and say, give me a carbon tube drawing, which will sell well, then not. There is where we are, lagging behind. And there is, in that case, we will not get any output from the academia. We have to come with a very specific, structured issue that this is my problem, and then you get a solution. But still, selling it, marketing it, productionizing it would be the scope of the entrepreneur. Because I'm not sure. Definitely, there could be certain divisions which also help in the process engineering. So once the innovation part is done, development part is done, then in terms of process engineering, guidance can be taken, how it could be scaled up.
I will just use Agrawal Sir as an example. 2013, we were flying the UAV in IIT Kanpur, and it needed a Russia-Ukraine war for industry to adopt it. Sometimes academia also works on technologies which are way ahead of the time also. So that's so it's a basket that you pick and choose. But as Grace has correctly put it out, that it is a two-way street. I think many of the panelists just mentioned that, a two-way street. That's the key word that I would take away from what they have said. Sir?
I think it's very important that the problem statement has to be very, very specific and clear by the entrepreneur. Rightly said, once that is defined, rest of the job is of the entrepreneur. I have got a small assignment done from here about 10 years back, and Professor J. Ram Kumar sent me guys. I stated the problem very, very clear. They understood it, solved it in 20 days, which was a very thing, So industry has to come out very specific, clear mandate for the institution. They can do it. Selling it, process equipment, that they can do probably, but selling they cannot do. You have to plan your own production. You have to plan your own selling.
So I think we will continue this discussion later down the road. You're more than free to approach the panelists after this discussion, and please ask your questions as part of it. Just to quickly summarize in a minute what has been discussed today, with the permission of the panelists, we already heard that there are 6 crore MSMEs in India, of which 99% are micro industries, and how do we create mechanisms to ease the access of such MSMEs to academic institutions. Also discuss that even though innovation is important, imitation is also really important. And it's a two-way street. I would like to say that again, because it's both academia and industry do have to come together. I would say MSME should be also be paid attention to, because about, as Agrawal Saab have mentioned, 45% of the export, 30% of the GDP, and 58% of the employment. That's big number, big statistics for you. And the other thing also was the international competition and quality standards. While not just make a product, but make product that customers buy. That's also critical. And one other thing that also was a new learning for me today was it's like it's not the HR actually. It's more like the way it was put. It was not the human resource is not the problem, but it is the skill or the relevance of the industry is the problem. So pay scale, quality of life, how Kanpur is slowly progressing towards that. And also what we talked about is how do we create or nurture relevant manpower? What are the mechanisms to create relevant human resource for industry? That's also what we discussed. And Agrawal sir pointed to the last perpetual point of training ground, MSME being the training ground for bigger industries. IITs also face the same problem. We are the feeding ground for the American universities. So it's there, poaching is there all over the place. But still at the end of the day, after I going out, finishing master's, PhD, everything, came back, start working in the country. So we give opportunities, the talent will come back. So on behalf of IIT Kanpur and all of you guys sitting here, at this time when everybody is earning for a tea, I really thank all the panelists for having such an engaging discussion and throwing so much of light into this important topic. And also a sincere appreciation for all of your contribution to the MSME and the national building, because each one of you are contributing to that. That's a huge contribution and a very big thing for this country. So thank you all for that in this regard. Thank you. And ma'am, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you to our panelists for such an engaging discussion. I would now request Mr. Kapil Kaul to kindly join us on the stage and felicitate our panelists. Mr. B.K. Singhal. Mr. Gaurav Pilania. Requesting Ms. Shilpa to please join on the stage as well. Mr. Manish Kankani. Mr. Kanan Agarwal. Mr. R.K. Agarwal. Thank you, Mr. Kaul. May I please request you to now felicitate Professor Philip. Requesting everyone to kindly take a step forward for the group photograph. I would now invite Mr. Kapil Kaul to kindly join us on the podium to deliver the valedictory address and the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ishita. Thanks a lot. We are at the fag end of the day. I think maybe half an hour behind our schedule, and I'm really happy to still see there are some faces around listening to the conversation, and we've had some great conversations through the day, starting with a very invigorating speech by the Honorable Chief Minister of the state, Yogi Adityanath ji. It really charged us all up, seeing the fact that he's so committed to the growth of the state and very clearly sees IIT Kanpur as an institution that can play a huge role in the development of the state, which also gives us a responsibility because he bestows that trust upon us. That responsibility for the youth, our students, our faculty carry in terms of building change that can be taken out to the society and society can benefit from it, and we're able to really bring some transformative change in the country. So that was great for us, and we're really grateful to him, his office, and the government of Uttar Pradesh for enabling his visit to IIT Kanpur and the support that they've been providing. We've had some very engaging sessions, like the one that just finished on discussions on how MSMEs can work with academia. So that's what work can be done, how innovation can be brought into that space. We've been talking about these things since morning with AI, cybersecurity, and sustainability being the core pillars, and the whole concept of translational transcending through it, because one of the core themes at the institute that we are driving is translational research, and that is something that got reflected through the conversations that we've had today. And so I'm coming to the vote of thanks that I'm supposed to give. So to begin with, as I said, the Honorable CM, we'd like to thank him for visiting us today. The whole ministry, the government of Uttar Pradesh that enabled it, all the system, police force, local commissionerate, which ensured that this turns out to be a smooth visit. All our panelists from various industries, from all parts of the country. We had over 300 industry participants in this room today, which is not a small number, considering we're just second year into this event. So thank you to all of them for taking time out, visiting Kanpur from different parts of the country to be a part of Samanvay. All the students from IIT Kanpur, all the students from all the colleges across the city of Kanpur who visited us today, spent time with us, listened to all the conversations. So many of them had to be turned back because we could not accommodate more than 1,000 people in this room. So our apologies to the one who could not come in, but I'm sure they managed to catch a glimpse of the event in the screens outside. Our gratitude to all the faculty members of IIT Kanpur who were engaged in the discussions through the day and really made these conversations rich through their moderating skills and bringing ideas together, and also being a part of the audience. And our gratitude to our director, Professor Manindra Agarwal, Deputy Director, Professor Brij Bhushan, Dean of Resources and Alumni, Professor Amay Karkare, and all the staff at IIT Kanpur who ensured that Samanvay 2025 is a big success. Finally, I'll come to the people who made this event a huge success. It is the team at Dora and IITK DF, and led by Rajat Sharma, who've been anchoring this idea for the last many months and just been at it, getting so many people in the room at such a short notice is not a joke. So gratitude to you, Rajat, and everyone else. People have worked really hard. Shweta, Ishita, creating script, anchoring. There were people who were at the registration desks, people who were coordinating with corporates, ensuring that they get to meet faculty members. And there were so many balls in the air, and each one of you ensured that it is managed all very well. So gratitude to all of you. Thank you so much for doing this wonderful job, and I'll always be grateful. And thank you very much, and for all the delegates also who attended and made this event a huge success. Thank you. Till we meet again, and Samanvay 2026. Look forward to seeing you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaul, for your kind words. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we formally conclude IITK Samanvay 2025. We look forward to welcoming you again next year as we continue this journey of collaboration and innovation. Until then, thank you once again, and we wish you a wonderful evening ahead. Before we disperse, may I kindly request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. The R&D showcase is right outside the auditorium. We request everyone to visit and take a closer look at the innovations happening at IIT Kanpur. Thank you very much.